Say Shana, Africa, say it louder. Say Shana, Salam alaikum, Salam alaikum, Salam alaikum, Salam alaikum, Salam alaikum, Salam alaikum, Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. We stand, we beg, we fall. All we need is freedom. All we need is freedom. Free from slavery, free from slavery, free as a man to slavery, free as a man to slavery, free as a man to slavery, free from slavery, free from slavery. Yeah. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, African woman. You wanna be free? The most simplest one in the world. Get yourself the better, better reggae music. Coming to you from the one of the most peaceful men. So many lying down on the street. What about them? We are every night ends. Get yourself the most free time. I preach about freedom. Preach about freedom. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. Right out on the street as a lesson, youth. Stop violence as a lesson. You have to listen and be a man.
Music fun, loud and clear. All right, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, whatever you turn in. This is Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. It's live. It is Sunday, January 1st, and 2003. Happy New Year, my dear comrades, my dear fellow South Sudanese. I welcome all of you around the world for today episode. It is extraordinary show tonight. We'll be joined here by our brothers, those of Moses Edward, Stas Deng Dida York, the chairman of United Citizens for Change, Stas Wondi Marial, Min Alam, the United Citizen for Change, Stas Abdullah Garankir Deng will join us as well. Tonight, as you see on the screen there, we'll be talking about South Sudan's bloodiest year. We will be doing it chronologically, looking back in 2022. This is so important. We want you to be here and listen and also share our episode so those comrades or citizens who are not watching with us will be able to get notification so they can continue to watch with all of us tonight. I welcome all of you one more time. Year 2022 was having a lot of difficulties, but as we promise always, we will keep fighting and fighting and fighting until we see the light at the end of the tunnel for our beloved country, the Republic of South Sudan. With that, I believe I have my brother and comrade Moses Adwot joining here on the studio of Concerned Citizen of South Sudan. Moses, happy New Year to you. Kulu sana wanta tayyib. And I want to give you a few words actually to greet our audience before we start our very, 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 very topic tonight, which is we'll be talking here chronologically about South Sudan bloodiest year, which is year of 2022. Moses, I yell microphone for you, and I'll be waiting for Ustaz Dengdida York to join us via Clubhouse, and Abdullah Garam will join us here as well on the Facebook, and Wendy Marial will follow. So thank you, my dear brother, for joining us, and again, Happy New Year.
Well, John Cormayol, I greet you and I greet all our respected audience on Facebook and in Clubhouse. We greet you all and we wish you a happy new year this year, 2023. Um, it is a great blessing that we have reached this year, and we thank God for that. Um, and it is always good to reflect back uh, and evaluate or have a comprehensive overview of our last year in terms of economics, security, political, and social context in our country. So we greet you all and we thank you for tuning in, and please share uh, this discussion, whether you are on Facebook, please share it so others can get the message. Uh, Thank you, Sir Jonkor, and I know our comrades will be joining us soon. Dengi Dayok and Nguyen de Marial and Abdallah Garen. So what we are going to do today would be uh, over uh, view of 2022, and we will talk about the major insecurity issues that has happened in South Sudan, and including political issues and economic issues. We will highlight them, and some of these major issues that have affected our beloved country, Republic of South Sudan, We have discussed them uh, in Clubhouse and in Concerned Citizen of South
Yep.
Sudan page in details. But today we are going just to give a snapshot or highlights of the major events, insecurity events, the political events in the country, and economic events in the country. What I would like to say before we started, because I'm expecting my comrade Dengdit to come, but I would like to say that um, the world is changing every day. So as South Sudan is also going to change, definitely. We talk here and we base our political and non-violent opposition uh, in the spirit of the duty of a citizen. We are citizens of South Sudan, whether we live in diaspora or back home. We have responsibilities and
Sir
duties.
Moses, Sir Moses,
Yes.
I hear a lot of noise background on you there. I hope you check, your device so we can our viewers can be able to listen thoroughly. So as I said, I gave you a few minutes, to greet our audience, and now we can start our discussion. And any matters that you wanted to touch, you'll be able to touch any matter. As we said here, South Sudan's bloodiest year, and we are doing chronological look back on that. Uh, what are the hot, spot or thing that are lingering in your mind that we have gone through, the nation has gone through in 2022 that we needed to address at this point? Go ahead now, and you have an opportunity to weigh in with details. Fadal.
Yeah, well, Ustad Jonkor, I hope you are hearing me clearly. I
Now,
tried
now is better. Mhm.
laptop, now I'm using my mobile, so I hope I am clear.
You are.
Yes, I hope also the people in the clubhouse are getting my voice clearly. Thank you for tuning in clubhouse and on Facebook. As I have said that if we really care about our country and we want to understand about the future, we must have a correct understanding of what has happened in the past, such as what we are doing now. We are reviewing 2022 year, all the economics and political and insecurity issues, the major. If we have a clear understanding of our past and what is happening today in our country, then we will have a clear understanding of our future, what it holds for us, what the future is likely to uh, unfold. But if we don't focus on what happened in the past and what is going on today, we cannot actually predict what will happen in 2023 in South Sudan. So for that reason, we in concerned citizen of South Sudan, and particularly in United Citizen for Change (UCC), we look back from January up to March, up to December, and in January there were a lot of things happened, but I will just highlight them before we go into details. Um, there were insecurity problems, such as in Greater Barkazal, there were issue of Twitch and BI people. That is a major issue that we really need to look back and ask ourselves what happened exactly and why did it happen and what did the government do, and how can we avoid such incidents, security incident, not to repeat themselves in any part of Barkazal or Upper Nile region or Greater Equatoria region. That is a major incident that we have talked about it in UCC, and we have not taken any side. We are not supporting any section, um, but we are saying that any death, any people, the number of people that have died between Twitch and Ngok uh, should be blamed on the irresponsibility of the dictatorial government in Juba. Yeah, I am happy Dingdit is here and he can join me later. We will also go into details about what happened in March 2022. We consider it as a security issue. The issue of redigging of Jongule Canal and the dredging of our rivers, and how our people have responded and how it was stopped. And would refer back to Dr. Taj Al Kazain and our national expert on water security issues. They fought a good fight, including Professor Dr. Akech. He fought a good fight. Um, the other major issues we also talk about economic issue, inflation. In July, Dr. Peter, I talked about the impact of inflation in our country, how it is affecting the livelihood of our citizens in the Republic of South Sudan. And also Dr. Peter Biar has also talked about the same topic.
Sorry, continue, Moses. Malish.
Yep, it's all good. I thought you want to play a video.
No,
Yes.
late.
So the issue of dredging in March 2022 uh, was a big issue, especially um, even academicians such as Prof. Dr. John Cage fought a good fight, and the people of South Sudan um, were victorious. They shut down this project of Egyptians and our dictatorial government in Juba. They want to do dredging and redig the Jonglei Canal. But people stood up because they know what is going on was wrong. It is illegal. It is a matter of life and death. It is a security, national security issue. All citizens that are responsible must stand up against such a project, whether it come up again in this year 2023 or in the future. We, the people of South Sudan, should rise up in the same spirit that we did in March when the people of South Sudan rejected the redigging of Jongule Canal and the dredging of our rivers, whether in Barkazal or Greater Equatoria or Greater Upper Nile. There must be full studies that was recommended that will have assessment on economic impact, the environmental impact, the economic impacts of all this dredging. And we know the government has taken millions of dollars from Egyptian government, and that's why they were trying to allow the Egyptian to risk our future, the future of this generation and the coming generation. The water security uh, uh, issue is a matter of life and death. And we thank the citizen of South Sudan, the concerned citizen of South Sudan, wherever they are, whether in the government or outside of the government or in opposition, or the concerned ordinary citizen. Well done. Last year, 2022, you fought a good fight, and the president stopped the dredging and the redigging of Jongola Canal. And this was done peacefully. This is why we in United Citizens for Change believe in the power of changing political affairs or security issues or economic issues through non-violence means, tools, by speaking the truth and only truth that is more powerful than guns. And the dredging issue was rest in peace. And if the government won that problem to come up again in the future, we the people of South Sudan will still continue to stand against it. Um, there are so and also in July and August 2022, I greet you, Ustaz Abdullah.
Thank
Um,
you.
yes, I'm just giving an overview, a snapshot, and then later everyone will give details about all these events um, that has happened in 2022, whether it's security issues or social, political issues or economic issues that have affected our country, South Sudan. We want to remind our people that these issues uh, has affected our people. Some people have died, and is still affecting our people economically. Um, so I am in uh, July and August when the roadmap, uh, the extension of revitalized government was done uh, on the 4th of August 2022. It is a major political event. It is a major political event in our country that has happened. But how it happened, it was the SPLM in government that came up with a proposal of extending the revitalized peace agreement for 24 months. And the SPLM IO proposal was to extend the revitalized peace agreement for 30 months. So the SPLM in government succeeded and convinced the other political parties to the revitalized peace agreement, and they did not go for 30 months extension, but they agree on the 24 months of the revitalized government extension, and they call it the roadmap that will start in February this year up to 2025. It was a major political event that we all need to follow, and we have talked about it extensively in this humble forum of United Citizens for Change, the concerned citizen of South Sudan. We have elaborated more in details, and the UCC, rejected the extension because it will extend the suffering of our people in the Republic of South Sudan, and it will extend the looting of the public oil money. It will extend human rights abuses. It will extend all the economic problem and the insecurity problem, the security problems, and the political problem. The country will continue because of this extension that is going to start next month in February, and we are going to follow it up. So we have talked about this last year, and we want to remind the people that for us to understand what is going to happen in 2023 or in the future, we must know what happened last year and what is happening today in the country so we can understand what is going to happen. So the extension of revitalized peace deal, or the extension of the life of the government, was a major political event in our country, and out of that, we are promised that in December 2024, based on that extension that was um, done in Freedom Hall on the 4th of August 2022, we are promised as the citizen of South Sudan that there will be a national elections in December 2024. So, though we are not supporting the extension, it's remained to be seen whether the SPLM or the dictatorial government in Juba will fulfill this promise. We are also promised that there will be a new electoral Um, there will be a new census in the country. A national census will be done, and people will be counted, so they will determine the political constituencies of each state or each county. We have been promised that uh, political party act will be passed. All these promises are in the roadmap of the government, the SPLM IG and the SPLM IO, and the other parties to the revitalized peace agreement. So it is our duty as South Sudanese to remember that event is going to affect our life for the next 24 months. My colleagues will add more on this. I'm just highlighting, and I will give chance to Abdallah and Dengdit. They will go into more details uh, when they come up. Uh, in 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 October 2022, there was a major political event, the dismissal of Secretary General of SPLM, Pagana Mom. Will talk more about that. And the deputy of the SPLM, Dr. Riek Machar, they were dismissed in October 2022 by the SPLM in government, which is President Kiir. And it was a major political event because it has political consequences. And based on that, there were a lot of disagreement, and even the peace talk was affected in Rome because of that. And the peace was extended, was suspended until further notice. It was a major political event in our country in 2022. The dismissal uh, is a matter of SPLM, but we have said that SPLM is a ruling party. Uh, we, the citizen, can challenge their mistake. We can criticize their bad policies that have taken the country into 2021, 2020, 2013 war and 2016 war. So all these impacts of dismissal are obvious in opposition. Dr. Riak now has taken um, a decision to go on with his political movement or party. So he would be expected as as a candidate uh, in his party. And Pagana Mom is no longer part of the SPLM in Juba. He will be definitely a candidate. So SPLM has been proven in October 2022 as a divided party. And we still believe that SPLM is on the verge of falling into more divisions this year. Not just, they will not only dismiss Pagana Mom, Honorable Pagana Mom or Dr. Riek Machar, they would even divide themselves again if they don't follow the political structure in terms of who is going to succeed President Kiir. So in October also 2022, there was another security event that happened in our country, very important one. That is the deployment of South Sudan People Defense Force in Abia and Twitch Mayadit. It was about 3,000 SSPDF soldiers, and that ended the fighting. But in details, my colleagues will add more. But it was a very important development uh, in South Sudan politics and security matters. The government deployed um, the SPLM, the South Sudan People Defense Force, in a net and around between Abia people and Tej Mayadit people. And we think that was a very important political and security development. Also, we have also considered in December that there were a lot of important things that,
Moses, if there
yes,
is any device open there, clubhouse open, you can put it all the way down or you can mute it.
there's some noise. Yeah.
Yeah, just another device that I can hear it, but it's okay. Continue. Just mute that clubhouse. You can open it later when you are not done the thing.
Yep. I have 10 of my laptop that I opened before. I hope that will eliminate the background noise if that is
Okay.
helpful.
Hope you go ahead.
Yes, in December also, there were very important issues in 2022 that happened. The reconstitution of the SPLM, where they formed the political bureau and the National Liberation Council, and all the yes men and yes women were appointed in the SPLM. So they continue to promote the agenda of the dictator President Salva Kiir. And the new faces in our politics were announced in Political Bureau and National Liberation Council. But the most important political development in this reconstitution of the SPLM party was the appointment of some of the NCP members. Yes, we know they are South Sudanese citizens, but they used to be part of Bashir or an NCP, such as General Honorable Presidential Advisor Tutkel was appointed to be part of political bureau. So he's one of the
It's horrible. It's not honorable.
yeah. So that was a very big political development.
Yeah.
The NCP being baptized and confirmed politically in SPLM in the political bureau and National Liberation Council, especially Gerald Tutkel, Galwak, and um, Tor Mawien, Tor Deng Mawien. And we have also seen Benjamin Bolmel becoming a member, honorable member of political bureau. And this was a very important political development to look back at because it has a lot of political ramification in the future and now the future of the country. Because these SPLM elites are taking decision on behalf of the people of South Sudan, and their decision determine our destiny or our health, as their decision and policies has affected our country for so long. Also in December, there was the visit of the president to Lagos State and Terkeka, and that's a very major issue that has happened. It's a political uh, matter and thing to do with development, the reconstruction of the road. And in that incident, the hidden health problem of our president was exposed in Terkeka, and we have talked about this. Uh, we did not share what has happened to the president. None of United Citizens for Change executive member has shared it in his or her own Facebook profile because it was embarrassing for the country and we don't celebrate it. But we have talked about the impact of his health and look at the constitution, what the constitution says about the health of the president and who should replace him uh, in terms of constitution and in terms of the SPLM hierarchy, political hierarchy in political bureau. So it was a major political event in December 2022, and we have we discussed that in details. We have also seen what has happened, the rescue of Sholo King from Sholo land, and His Majesty King of Sholo is now living as internal displaced person (IDP) in Juba, And that is a major political and insecurity event that has happened in our country. We need to look back, why did it happen, and how that can be avoided or solved. What's the way forward for such insecurity and political events? And the issue of Congo, the redeployment of 700 uh, SPLM, South Sudan People Defense Forces, it's a major event. We have not discussed it a lot, but all my colleagues and those who want to ask questions about that will talk about it. But it is a major incident because our government is not protecting uh, its citizens and is trying to protect the neighboring citizen. There is nothing wrong for South Sudan to protect people of Congo. We all love Franco music. We all love Awilo. We all love Kofi music. We have danced them. We love Congolese people, whether uh, DR or Congo, Brazil, Congo, Brazil. We all love them. We want to protect their and it is a great thing if our president has done this when are served in Greater Upper Nile and Equatoria and Barkazal. But unfortunately, our people need those 750 South Sudan People Defense Force to send them. If that number was deployed in Sholo Kingdom, maybe the king would have not been an IDP now, internal displaced person in Juba. Maybe they would have protected the king, and that will give hope to the people of Sholo when they see uh, their king is with them. People will have hope. But when the king ran for his life, the whole people in the Sholo land have no hope completely right now. So it is a very big and major political and insecurity and security development. And my colleague will add on that. Uh, in Congo matter, I think it did not follow did not follow international norms or laws, but it was just based on scratch my back and I scratch your back. Our president is trying to protect another dictator in Congo, the same way dictator Yoweri Museveni protected him in Bor when Bor was captured by the White Army. So Museveni came in to protect the interests of Uganda in South Sudan because Uganda is benefiting economically from South Sudan. Their GDP has increased since the independence of South Sudan up to now to billions of dollars. And also the law resistant LRA issue in northern Uganda has been addressed by South Sudan and other interests of Uganda within South Sudan. Those security interests such as LRA, Law Resistant Army in northern Uganda, and the economic benefit that the Ugandans government and the people are getting from South Sudan post the dictator General Yoweri Museveni, the president of Uganda, to send the army to Bor and intervene. So it is the same politics that President Kiir has copy and paste to send the soldiers to Congo. We don't know whether our soldiers will be safe because at the end of the day, they are South Sudanese citizens. We don't want that 750 to go and be killed in vain. The parliament should have discussed this in details and approve it so that they have the backup. Though we know that the parliament is a hand-picked parliament, but at least we would be complying with the constitution of South Sudan and the national, the and the UN Security Council also would have asked South Sudan that we need your help. Bring this amount, this number of South Sudan People Defense Forces to intervene, because in terms of cost, of deployment, South Sudan is close to Congo. It will cost the UN less to deploy South Sudanese or Ugandans if the Security Council approve a budget and approve it that it is legal for South Sudanese army to go to intervene in Congo. It would have been a great event, but unfortunately, everything in South Sudan is being done illegally, is unconstitutional. This redeployment is going to create a lot of corruption in South Sudan. And this is how uh, the public oil money is being looted in South Sudan. You can have a budget, you can have oil money, but if you just redeploy South Sudanese soldiers or army with the public money, there would be no accountability. It will be an open budget. As we know, something to do with the security in South Sudan has an open budget. And actually, we in UCC, we believe this is the NCP politics that was copy and paste by the SPLM elites. Salal Ghosh and the NCP security of Sudan used to have an open budget. So this is what has been copied in South Sudan. The security and the office of president, or now it is called presidency, they have an open budget in the country. They can loot and loot and loot all the oil money in the country in the name of security without question. So we actually condemn this development, that it is wrong to send 750 or more soldiers in the future to Congo without legal and constitutional justification. Our citizens are dying within South Sudan, and they are not protected in Barkazal, in Equatoria, and in Upper Nile. In all 10 states, these 700 soldiers could protect and save life of some of our own citizens in our country. But unfortunately,
Welcome back.
uh, the government wants means of looting public oil money, and they want to support these dictators. So when there is a problem in Juba, all these dictators around us that I call bad neighbors, because we are surrounded by bad neighbors in South Sudan. That's why we have a lot of problem. And I say this in Juba, and people disagree with me, with the exception of Professor John Cage. He supported me. What I said is right, that we, South Sudan, is a landlocked with bad neighbors, that we cannot have them as a good example in terms of economics. I mean, they are corrupt in terms of governance. They have poor institutions that could not be ما ممكن يكونوا نماذج أو نموذج لجنوب السودان. So the matter of Congo remain to be seen what will be the economic cost and the life. Will our soldiers died or not? Yes, we are opposition. We don't hope that all these soldiers to be killed. We want them to be alive. I will give Ustaz Abdullah a chance, and we will talk about the speech of the president. Is also one of the development in December 2022. What the president has said about the reconciliation, forgiveness, and development, and I will go into detail later. But right now, I would be more than happy to give chance and allow my colleagues in Clubhouse and here to go into details, the things that I have missed or the things that I have not explained more in details. But those are the security major events, insecurity issues, political issues, and economic issues in our country that have affected our life and the life of our citizens in South Sudan in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth Moses. Thank you for elaboration and highlighting the issue that we are addressing tonight. And I welcome my dear brother and friend, Ustaz Abdullah Garang. أهلا بك في Concern in South Sudan. كل عام وأنت بخير. I know امبارح كان يوم عظيم سهرنا. I can see that وجينا متأخرين ولكن دي يد راس السنه، فلا بد منه انه نحتفل. استاذ عبد الله, our topic tonight, as you can see, South Sudan's bloodiest year. We wanted to talk chronologically, looking back what had happened in 2022. أنا عايزك تدينا تصويرك لما حدث, قضايا الأمنية خاصة ما حدث في جنوب السودان في 2022, as now we are في 2023. أستاذ عبد الله تفضل.
شكرا الأخ جونكور مايو, تحياتي لك في سيريو كونسنسس اوف ساوث سودان, وتحياتي لك برضو للأخ مؤسس أدوات وكل مستمعي برنامجنا في كلاب هاوس. أولا أنا بقول لكم هابي هوليدايز وكل عام وأنتم بخير. نحن اليوم في سنة جديدة 1/1/2023 2023. United Citizens for Change, نحن نتمنى لكم عام سعيد ويكون عام خير وبركة علينا في جنوب السودان, عام نشهد فيها المزيد من التطورات من ناحية اقتصادية, عام نشهد فيها المزيد من الأمن والطمأنينة والإنتاج. مستمعي كونسنسس اوف ساوث سودان, كما عودناكم دائما انه نكون معكم اسبوعيا, لكن الشو بتاع الليله ده شو منفرد. نحن دايرين نعمل مراجعه ل what happened in South Sudan في 2022. طبعا نحن oppositions, وoppositions هم يعني دائما جزء من جزء بمارس الرغابة على الحكومة. يعني الدور حقنا دور إيجابي جدا, إنه نحن نعمل تصويب للأخطاء التي تقوم بها الحكومة, والحكومة مرات بتعمل ريلايز إنها تصلح الجانب اللي هم أخطأوا فيها. لكن إذا ما في oppositions والناس ما قاعدين يتكلموا, إذا كده نحن بنخلق يعني نوع من الدكتاتورية في جنوب السودان. وحديثنا هنا ليس عن فرق, إنما نحن يعني معارضة, يعني بنساعد الحكومة في التنمية في الاقتصاد وأشياء كثيرة. عندنا أفكار بنطرحها هنا, ومرات الحكومة يعني بطريقة غير مباشر بيشيل الأفكار وبتعدل في النفيذة. فدي دورنا نحن كمعارضة, لأنه أنا شايف ناس كثير بيتكلموا انتوا يعني بتتكلموا, لكن ده how يعني political parties are working. political parties بيكونوا كده, حكومة بيكون انت بتكون حاكم, بيكون في opposition. نمشي لعام 2023. طبعا دولة جنوب السودان يعني رسميا كدولة نحن من 2011, والليلة نحن في 2023, 13 سنة مضت من عمر بتاع جنوب السودان. UCC نحن الليلة داير نقيم ماذا يعني أنتجنا في 2022. يعني لازم نعمل تقييم عشان ما نمشي سايد. لازم نعمل تقييم نشوف الحكومة يعني نجحت وين وأخفقت وين. عندنا كم من الشركات مثلا تم افتتاحها, طرق, توظيف, وهكذا. طبعا نحن في جنوب السودان محكومين باتفاقية بتاعت السلام الموقعة في 2018, لكن هذه الاتفاقية كما نشاهد وكما نحن بنرى وبنسمع في دولتنا جنوب السودان ما قدمت يعني الطموح بتاعت المواطن الجنوبي منذ توقيعها في 2018. ومفروض هذه الاتفاقية تكون في نهاية 2022 لحد فبراير الجاي بكون ما عندنا حاجة اسمه ثاني اتفاقية سلام واتفاقية سلام، ونعيش كل مرة في اتفاقيات. لكن للأسف الشديد الحكومة في 2022 في جانب هذه الاتفاقية فقط هي خرجت القوات بتاعت المعارضة الاي او والحركات الأخرى كانوا موقعين على اتفاقية السلام، لكن يعني ما في إنجاز تمت من الناحية بتاعت التنمية، من الناحية بتاعت السكيورتي. في 2018 نحن شاهدنا العديد من المشاكل، خصوصا مثلا في المنطقة الاستوائية في شهر 5 هنالك يعني مشاكل بين الرعاة والمزارعين، والمشاكل دي تطورت. يعني حتى الآن نحن في نهاية 2023 المشاكل دي لسه قاعدة يعني كل مرة بتتكرر والحكومة ما قدرت تعالج هذه المشاكل. فدي واحدة من الأحداث اللي تطورت وظهرت في 2022 هي مشاكل بين الرعاة والمزارعين في منطقة الاستوائية الكبرى. نحن في يونايتد سيتي فور تشينج عملنا يعني شو يب
عشان انت ذكرت مسألة بتاعت الرعاة والكرايسيس اللي قاعد يحصل. أنا داير to play clips عشان يوضح عندما سئل الرئيس الجمهورية حول الكرايسيس في جونغلي. طبعا we need to take people back as we are talking today as a reflection and looking back on 2022 and even before 2022. أنا داير أي مواطن سوداني غيور يقدر يفهم رئيس الجمهورية قال شنو في فترة ذاك، هيعمل شنو في قضية جونغولي ويعمل شنو في قضية موريلي ولا يحدث إيه. فاستمعوا معي وأنا بخليك تواصل.
Couple of days ago, I had a conversation with a man named Sudan.
Who?
His name is Cole, and he's from Southern Sudan. He told me that in October, 2 of his nieces were abducted. The term I've heard is abductees. A couple of days ago, I had a conversation with a man named Ko Solomon.
Who?
His name is Ko, and he's from Southern Sudan. He told me that in October, 2 of his nieces were abducted. The term I've heard is abductees. Sometimes I've heard the term slavery. What is it that the government of South Sudan is doing to deal with that problem? And do you have sufficient resources to deal with the problem?
Well, there is a problem which of course we have been talking about. The people who abducted his niece are their neighbors. I remember the story because that man comes from Dinka Bor, and the people who abducted these children are the Morle, also in Jonglei state. They are the neighbors. This is an exercise that has been on for a very long time, that the Morle will come to Dinka land, or they go to Nuer land, or they go to the Anuak, or they go to Taposa land to take children and come and adopt them. They adopt them as their children. It is not an enslavement, except that they take them by force. Because there is a problem in the Murle land that there is infertility of the people. They don't produce the way others are producing. And I said this in America when I was there. I said that if this problem is to be resolved once and for good, we need a hospital, a big hospital in Pibor, the town of these people, with specialist doctors to find out exactly what sort of venereal diseases that these people have, and so that they are treated to bear their own children instead of going to look for other people's children. And I brought the example that all the animals bear their own children. Hyena will bring small hyena, and this is how they continue. But the Murle would want to go and grab, can kill the father and mother, then take the children. Will not kill the children, but will have to kill the parents and then take the children, and will adopt them.
But how is that not slavery if they're
Well,
using force? I mean, is it just a language
For-
we're using?
For them, they think that it is not a slavery. We know it is slavery if you take somebody's child by force. This is what the Masiria and the Resegat did to the Dingas in northern Bahr al-Ghazal. And John has been working there during the war, and he saw it by himself. So we have now sent in a force for disarmament, to disarm, because they were being used by the government of Sudan during the war as militias. And he has armed them properly. So we have to send in a very big force to disarm them. Now we have agreed with their leaders that the army should not use force, that they have to be given the chance, the leaders of the Morle community, to go in to talk to the people the youth that have the guns, to surrender their guns to the government without the government using the military force. This is what we are waiting. But we told them that this thing has to be done before the next rainy season comes. If they fail to bring all the guns, we will have to use force to disarm everybody by force. Of course, that will result into a lot of casualties. And the same thing that you are asking now, you will be the same person to come back and ask me that, why are you killing people? It is either I leave them with the guns and they terrorize the rest of the people, or I crush them to liberate the other people from being always attacked by the Muslims. What will you take in that case? What do you expect me to do?
Well, I meant no disrespect, Mr. President. I do apologize.
Thank you. No, it is not disrespect, but it is the same.
Okay. So Ustaz Abdullah,
يا شكرا جنفور ميول ان انت
داير اضيف لك سؤال كويس. طبعا كنت ساله اتكلم عن الموضوع بتاع الجنجولي بجراءه، قال يا اخي الناس بيجي بيعمل abduction لchildren بتاع الناس مرلي ما قاعدين يلدوا because they have fertility issues, you know، مشكله الخصوبه، وده بيتطلب عليه انه يكون في مستشفى في بيبور عشان يقدر يعالجوا سكان مرلي عشان يقدر ينجبوا عيالهم، لانه زي ما هو قال even animals, the hyena can bring another a little hyena, young hyena, and then life will carry on. هل هو قالوا we have to crush them because we send the forces. Salva Kiir zaman ده كله هو قال يا اخي it will crush anyone that making problem عشان to bring stability. Did he crush them or did he bring stability actually, or what did he has done so forth. المهم انا داير اخليك تتكلم، وده احنا دايرين الناس يقدر يعرف انه كير قال كذا وكذا وكذا زمان، لكن did not fall through in that yet. تفضل.
يا شكرا الاخ جنكور. انا بعلق على كلام الرئيس، بعد ذاك انا برجع في النقطه بتاعت الصراع هنا في على النيل. انا بجي له رايه ثاني. للاسف الشديد طبعا نحن قبل ذكرنا ان احنا معارضه، والمعارضه دائما بتصوب الحكومه الاخطاء وين. في الخطاب ده الرئيس سلفا كير مياردي رئيس الجمهوريه او رئيس الدوله بيتكلم زي المواطن. قال we need hospital in المنطقه بتاعت الجنجليه. we who you are. المفروض يقول I as president I'm working to build a hospital, to send more doctors, to make a research. What's the problem exactly in that area? Did he say that?
No.
وما قال الكلام ده، وما قال انا كرئيس انا داير نبني مستشفى، نقوم نعمل مثلا يعني بحث نشوف المشكله شنو. ايفن يا جنكور الكلام اللي بيقول انه مورلي عنده مشكله في الولاده، ما في بحث اكد هذا.
الكلام ده أي.
ما في بحث، ده كلام شارع. ونحن في UCC نحن ما بنقول الكلام ده like we cannot say this. لكن فما بالك الرئيس الجمهوريه يقول يا اخي مورلي عنده مشكله بتاعت الولاده. الكلام ده احتمال علميا ما صح. طيب حكومه بهذا المستوى، ده الاسباب ان احنا بتجي كل سنه قاعد 2022 and we did not achieve nothing because the way that the president thinks or plan is not move our country forward. We're going backward. You know. الرئيس قال شنو في الكلام ده؟ قال لي يا اخي مورلي بياخذوا الاطفال. What you done to stop that? For Morley not to take the children of others. You as a president. What you done? ده الكلام المفروض الرئيس يجاوب عليه. لكن نحن لما نجي نتكلم وننتقد بيقول يا اخي انتم معارضه قاعدين تتكلموا في الرئيس ليه وكده. لا، ده دولتنا نحن، ونحن مواطنين بتاع هذه الدوله وشايفين بلدنا ماشي لورا. Our country is going backward, so we have to talk. Unfortunately, brothers and sisters, الناس اللي قاعدين يشاهدونا والناس اللي قاعدين يسمعونا في كلاب هاوس، ده our president. للناس اللي في كلاب هاوس انتوا ما سمعتوا كويس، سالوه المشكله بتاعت جونجلي، فقال يا اخي انه مورلي امين بتاع مورلي قال يا اخي مورلي بيشيلوا الاطفال وبيستخدموهم كعبيد زي ما حصلت في شمال بارغزال وهكذا. وقال يا اخي مورلي ديل عنده مشكله ما بيلدوا، وما قال يا اخي حيرسل ريسيرشر يمشي يحلوا المشكله، ولا قال حيوقف انه مورلي ما ياخذ الاطفال الاخرين. ودي خطا من الحكومه او من الرئيس الفكير ميادين. نرجع للمشكله بتاعت الصراع اللي نشبت وتطورت في منطقه الاستوائيه مع حدود مع النيل او حدود مع جونجلي. يس، في حدود مع جونجلي ستيت. في ماي 22 2020 جانكور مايو عمل شو وجاب السفير اكيد ويتكلم عن هذا الموضوع ويتكلم عن الحلول. هو كان شكل الحلول ممكن يكون كيف. فنحن جبنا الحلول في مايو عام 2020. اتكلمنا انه المشاكل اللي بتحصل في السوايع الكبرى مع ولايه جونجلي في المناطق دي، مشكله بتاعت الرعاة والمزارعين، حلها يكون شنو؟ انه الحكومه لازم يعمل خارطه للماشيه بتاعت المواطنين اللي بتجي من جونجلي لمنطقه لمنطقه السوايع الكبرى، ويكون هنالك قوانين رادعه للمواطنين اللي عندهم ابقار اللي بيطلقوا ابقارهم في المزارع بتاعت المواطنين في منطقه الاستوائيه. وتكلمنا عن وجود قوانين ضروره في هذا الشأن عشان يوقف المشاكل دي، لكن للاسف الشديد يعني الحكومه ما اخذت جديه في هذا الجانب. عشان كده لسه المشكله بتاعت الرعاة والمزارعين الاخ جنكور في منطقه عالي النيل مع الابقار القادمه من جونجلي ستيت او من بارغزال او من مناطق بتاعت بارغزال لسه قائمه وحتى الان، وممكن يتطور اكثر من كده. ونحن في UCC اتكلمنا عن الموضوع ده كثير وكثير. ايضا من القضايا التي اثيرت في عام 2022 هي قضيه قناه جونجلي. طبعا في ابريل من عام 2022 وفي مايو يعني كان هنالك النشاط غير عادي للقوات المصريه في المنطقه.
نعم.
ونحن في يونايتد فور تشينج عرفنا انه الحكومه عملت يعني مشروعات او اتفاقيات سريه مع الحكومه المصريه عشان يعملوا إعادة حفر قناة جونجلي من جديد، وعملوا دراسات، وأيضا يعني حاولوا إنه يحفروا مزيد من العمق في اللول ريفر. فالقضايا أثيرت، ونحن في يونايتد فور تشينج تكلمنا، عملنا في عام 2022 أكثر من 4 شو أو 5 شو، وتحدثنا عن هذا المواضيع، وكنا جزء أساسي في إثارة الرأي العام في جنوب السودان، خصوصا في أوساط المتعلمين، إنه هذه هي قضية بتاعت ناشونال سكيورتي، وأبناء جنوب السودان لازم يكون عندهم يعني صوت واصل في هذه القضية. ونحن في UCC تحدثنا، وجنكور مايول أنت موجود هنا، عملنا يعني أكثر من 3-4 شو 5 شو في عام 2022 عن قضية جونجلي.
نعم.
وطبعا نحن كمواطنون جنوبيين سودانيين حريصين انه ما يكون في استعمار غير مباشر او اخذ ثرواتنا في جنوب السودان في ظل اخفال الحكومه عن قضايا الامن القومي، ورفعنا اصواتنا لحد ما الحكومه بتاع جنوب السودان عمل سسبند للعمل في مشروع قناه جونجلي وحفر عمق نهر اللول.
نعم.
وده كان يعني واحدة من يعني القرارات يعني الممكن لها يعني يعني علاقة بالأمن القومي، وأنا أديت كريدت لحكومة جنوب السودان في هذا القرار إنه يعمل سسبند لا يعمل في قناة جونجلي وحفر نهر اللول، وتكلمنا فيها بالتفاصيل. دي واحدة من الأحداث اللي حصلت في عام 2022 في العام الماضي. ايضا في قضيه مهمه جدا يعني اثيرت، ونحن في يونايتد فور تشينج تحدثنا عنها في مايو من عام 2022، قضيه بتاعت الحدود. قضيه بتاعت الحدود، جنوب السودان حتى الان منذ الاستقلال ما عندها حدود مرسومه مع السودان الام اللي نحن انفصلنا منها، وايضا في نزاع في مناطق متعدده. ونحن في مايو 9 2022 عملنا شو، كان شو مهم جدا تحدث فيها الاخ دينجي دايوك الرئيس بتاع يونايتد سيتيزن فور تشينج، وحدد وتكلم بتفاصيل عن المناطق النزاع بيننا نحن كجنوب السودان او دوله جنوب السودان مع دول الجاره. فدي واحده من القضايا يعني المهمه ان احنا ناقشناها في عام 2022، ولسه حتى الان نحن بنقول للحكومه انها تسعى تعمل لترسيم الحدود. نحن دوله بلا حدود يا مواطنين الجنوبيين المستمعين، نحن الدوله بلا حدود. وتحدثنا انه الاخ دينجي ذكر بالتفاصيل فقط عندنا 18 منطقه نزاع بين جنوب السودان ويوغندا، يعني بالعربي بتاع جبل بسيط الدولتين كينيا ويوغندا يقموا 18 يعني منطقه من اراضي بتاع جنوب السودان، ودي تحدث فيها بالتفاصيل، لكن لم نسمع اي شيء عن حكومه جنوب السودان.
نعم.
ايضا عندنا مشكله مع سنترال مع حدود مع افريقيا هنا في افريقيا في كونغو امين. عندنا مشكله مع كونغو، برضو عندنا مشكله بتاع حدود. اذا يا مواطنين الجنوبيين، دوله جنوب السودان منذ 2011 نحن انفصلنا كدوله، وحتى الان الحكومه ما رسمت الحدود بيننا مع الدول دي. عشان كده يعني هنالك اطماع المواطن ما شاعر بها والحكومه ما شاعر بها في اراضي بتاع جنوب السودان شالوها الدول الجوار، في كينيا، في حدود الكينيه، في حدود اليوغنديه، في حدود مع كونغو.
استاذ عبد الله، ما انا ما داير اقطع حديثك، في أراضي شالوم أكبر من النت. Go
يس
ahead.
يا فدي واحدة القضايا المهمة. نحن في يونايتد سيتيزن فور تشينج حريصين على الشبر، كل الشبر من أراضي جنوب السودان. نحن ما بس معارضة من فراغ، نحن معارضة من أجل الإصلاح الحقيقي. وفي يوم من الأيام نحن إذا وصلنا في سلطة ما حيكون الإدارة بتاعت الدولة زي إدارة بتاعت الحركة الشعبية الآن الموجود. حيكون في مزيد من الحريات، حيكون في اهتمام بقضايا الأمن القومي، قضايا بتاعت المواطنين، قضايا كيف إنه المواطن يتحول إلى مواطن منتج.
نعم.
الأفكار الكثير عندنا في جنوب السودان بالذات في مناطق بتاعت الدنكا نحولها يعني أفكار منتجة يخش في الانتاج الاجمالي المحلي، في الانتاج بتاع الاجمالي المحلي مثلا، او الانتاج المحلي للدوله او للولايه. وبيكون ما عندنا مشكله في الالبان، ما ممكن يكون عندنا ملايين من رؤوس الابقار وعندنا مشكله في اللحوم وعندنا مشكله في منتجات الالبان. ده ما بتحصل الا في دوله زي جنوب السودان، لانه ما في يعني تفكير وما في تخطيط سليم، يعني زي الان في اداره الحركه الشعبيه. اذا نحن كنا حريصين انه نتكلم في هذا الجانب، وتحدثنا القضيه بتاعت الحدود. برضو في عام 2022 برضو في قضايا اجتماعيه حصلت، يعني زي مقتل واغتصاب الطفله ابو بلوال في ولايه شمال بارغزال، الولايه اللي انا منتمي ليها.
It was the 3rd of May. يوم 3
the third.
شهر 5.
Yes, thank you. دي قضيه ثارت الراي العام، ويعني قضيه كانت يعني بشعه جدا حصلت في عام 2022، وممكن يكون يعني من ابشع الاشياء المرت لنا في عام 2022. ونحن في يونايتد سيتيزن فور تشينج والمواطنين الاخرون في جنوب السودان رفعنا اصواتنا من اجل العداله، وكانت في محكمه وحكمت على الجناه بالشنق حتى الموت. لكن نحن الان بنتساءل اين وقفت هذه القضيه، لأن القضيه المفروض يتم تنفيذها الان، انه الجاني مفروض الان يتم اعدامه، لكن يعني حتى الان ما سمعنا انه تم اعدام القاتل او المغتصب الطفل ابوه. فدي واحده من القضايا اللي اثيرت. ايضا هنالك قضايا اجتماعيه اخرى، وفاء الاخ مناو بيتر غاركوب والاخ بولودون، هم ناس شباب، حصلت برضو في يعني في جون تقريبا. يعني دي كانت احداث مؤسفه جدا حصلت، يعني مفاجاه لنا في جنوب السودان. دي قضايا اجتماعيه. برضو في عام 2022 يعني من ناحيه يعني بتاعت التنميه كويسه، يعني نحن شفنا في كوبري تم افتتاحها في عام 2022 بمعونه من اليابان. دي نحن جينا وقلنا دي خطوه كويسه، شكرا للشعب الياباني لهذه الهديه. ايضا هنالك يعني طرق تم افتتاحها او تم انشائها في الاستوائيه مع حدود مع اعالي النيل لمنطقه جونغلي. دي برضو حاجه كويسه، نحن بندي كريدت للحكومه للانجاز البسيط اللي هم عملوها. لكن يعني للاسف الشديد عام 2022 مرت من دون ما نفتتح اي يعني مصلحه حكوميه ممكن يوظف 500 نفر او 1000 نفر، او دعم مشاريع زراعيه يعني في مناطق يعني بتاعت الزراعه، مثلا زي مناطق بتاعت اعالي النيل في وحده منطقه الرنج وشمال بارغزال. يعني لم نشهد اي يعني اي افتتاح او انشاء مؤسسه يمكن يستوعب عدد من الشباب الخريجين اللي ما عندهم وظائف. فعام 2022 يعني مرت، لكن يعني من غير طموح بتاعت المواطن الجنوبي السوداني، ما بالمستوى بتاعت الطموح. لحد هنا انا بجيب عندي نقاط، لكن انا بدي فرصه للناس الثانيين. انا فقط تحدثت الاحداث اللي حصلت في شهر جون مع ماي. انا بدي فرصه للناس الثانيين في ال في كلاب هاوس، نديهم فرصه. بعد ذلك انا برجع انا اضيف باقي النقاط اللي فضلت. وانا بقول للمواطن الجنوبي السوداني، نحن حريصين انه يكون هنالك تنميه، هنالك امن في دولتنا جنوب السودان. عشان كده نحن بنقطع من زمننا نجي نتكلم عشان الحكومه ذاته يشاهدونا، يعني على امل انهم ياخذوا هذه النصائح ويمشي يعملوا من اجل المواطن في جنوب السودان، عشان نحن نكون مستقرين ونحقق الاهداف من اجلها انفصلت جنوب السودان في عام 2022. لحد هنا انا بقيه وبدي الفرصه للناس الثانيين، وانا برجع ثاني. شكرا جانكور في استوديو قناه 6 لمساعة السودان.
يا عبد الله نحن انفصلنا في 2011، انت قاعد تساعد الحكومه ولا شنو؟ ما
2011
they wasted life and resources for 13 years plus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
أشكرك أستاذ عبد الله قرن لكلام very informative. A lot of people need to refresh their mind there. في حاجات اللي انت قلتها حاجات مهمه جدا جدا. شكرا، اشكرك كل الشكر. في مع بعض بعدين ان شاء الله بنسال اسئله كثيره جدا جدا حول القضايا الامنيه في 2022 السنه الماضيه اللي احنا بنتحدث عنها اليوم chronologically. اوكي with that انا داير ادي استاذ دنجي ايوغ في كلاب هاوس to weigh in as well. دنجي ايوغ لو بتسمعنا كل عام وانت بخير، واتمنى لك ان تكون موجود وتدي تحيه لمستمعيننا في كلاب هاوس وتحيه لمشاهديننا في فيسبوك وفي يوتيوب as well. اهلا بك استاذ دنجي في concerned citizen of South Sudan. South Sudan's bloodiest year, chronological look back in 2022 as we have arrived to 2023. استاذ دنجي.
السلام عليكم اخي جونكو ورميول. اتمنى ان الصوت بتاعتي مسموع كويس.
واضح جدا.
شكرا لك انت شخصيا على هذه الحلقه، وشكرا للاستاذين استاذ موسى ادوار
يا عبد الله الصوت ما في هنا، ما قاعد اسمع صوت في فيسبوك.
ما سامعين صوت؟
انا كنت قاعد اونلاين حتى قبل ما الشو يبدا، بس انا ما شفت النوتيفيكيشن بسرعه عشان كده تاخرت. I'm sorry for that.
معلش.
Ladies and gentlemen in the room, let me do it in English because there was a balance between Moses and Abdullah. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, I greet all of you in the name of our country, South Sudan, a land of great abundance, a land that we all love wholeheartedly, a land that our fathers and our ancestors died in order to set free. And today the country is an independent country because of the sacrifices made by our ancestors, our fathers, our uncle, our mothers. I wish you a happy new year because this is today the first and we have already entered the second day of January in the new year 2023. We pray for blessings and we pray also for our good dreams to be fulfilled in the new year. So we say in simple word, Happy New Year, everybody. and we pray for health also. Today we are doing a show, and the show is entitled South Sudan's Bloodiest Year, a chronological look back to 2022. On Clubhouse, we are sorry it is written 2023, but I think it is a mistake. It is actually a look back to 2022.
Yes, that's a mistake.
It is very important for us. Yes, it is very important for us to look back on the year 2022 after we have safely arrived in the year 2023. And we feel sorry for those who could not make it to the year 2023. And we would like to also to send our condolences to those who have lost their loved one in the year 2022, and also in the last few days prior to the beginning of 2023. So as we are celebrating the joy of the new year, some of us are mourning their loved ones that they have lost in the previous days. May God the Almighty console them and give them courage to bear the loss that they are experiencing. You know, that is the nature of life. In this life, some people are born and people become happy. Some people die, and at the same time, some people are sad. So while some people are sad and mourning, some people are celebrating and happy. That is the nature of life. Both negative and positive are side by side in this life. And also, we would like to say happy birthday to those who were born on the 1st of January. Because, you know, in Sudan, we have age assessment. When you are born and nobody knows your accurate date of birth, they would assess it to be the 1st of January. That is it. So happy birthday to those who were born on the 1st of January. It's another new year added into their life. We celebrate you and we share the love that we have in our heart and the joy of the new year. We share it together with you. It is very important for us to be here in this show and to talk about a look back into the year 2022. You would all remember on January 9, it was Saturday, January 9, 2005, when Dr. John Garang Demapiur was giving his CPA speech in Nyayo Stadium in Kenya. He said one important thing. When he was speaking about the history of Sudan, he said, there is an important exercise we need to do that is going back in order to move forward with the momentum. And he said, in the nature of well, when the rams are fighting, they go back to gain momentum before they lock horns. And he said, we need to go back into the history of Sudan so that we gain momentum in order to move forward with the momentum of 5,000 years of the history of Sudan.
Yes.
I think this is what we are doing today. We would like to look back into the year 2022 in order to see the things that have happened throughout the year 2022 so that we know how to chart our way forward in the new year, which is 2023. And so a look back is very important because the past is connected to the present and the present is connected to the future. And so we cannot live as a people without the past and without the present and without the future. But for you to chart your way forward into a brighter future, you ought to look back into the events that have happened, because those events which have happened are actually history. So you need to look back into history so that you know how to plan in the present time for the future. So you see, three things are interconnected: the past, the present, and the future. This is what we are doing here today. And my colleagues who spoke before me, the comrades Moses Adwot and Abdallah Grang, I think they did this, and they did it very well, and they shared with us some of the major events which happened in the year 2022. And I think I'm not going to add anything new, but I'm going to make more comments on what they shared with you. And this is what we are going to do. South Sudan is a country that needs all of us to speak, because things are going wrong. Things have went wrong and they are going wrong on the daily basis. And we need to speak. We need to do something in order to change the situation in South Sudan. In the last 3 months, John Mayol has taught us something. And he said it several times. Maybe some of you paid attention to this one. He was telling us that silence is violence. And in fact, when things are unfolding in our country and impacting our life negatively, people are dying, children are dying, the elderly are dying, women are dying, and even the young people are dying in different incidents that happen in the country. And then we keep quiet, then our silence here becomes violence. When the economic situation is not stable, there is a rise of prices in the markets. There is a scarcity of basic commodities in the market. There are no fuels in the country. We don't have fuels in the country, you see. And then there is hyperinflation in the country. There is economic hardship in the country. Some people are not able to put food on the table for their wives and their children. And then you keep quiet. Then your silence here would be violence. When insecurity is rampant all over the country, and you see people dying, and then you keep quiet, then your silence becomes violence here. When you see the country being looted by the SPLM, SPLA elites who are in the government, and then you keep quiet, then your silence here is violent.
Yep.
When you hear one of the senior SPLM members telling the people of South Sudan that the country is cursed, and that the suffering which is being experienced by the people of the country is a curse by God, and it was prophesied by one of the prophets in the Bible, and thereby he meant to laugh at the people of South Sudan, and you keep quiet, then your silence is violence. When you see the president of the country unraveling under the watch of our eyes, and then you keep quiet, then your silence here can be interpreted as violence. When you see extrajudicial killings happening in the Republic of South Sudan, and you keep quiet, your silence could be interpreted here as violence. When you see the nation falling apart on tribal basis, and you keep quiet, then your silence could be interpreted here as violence. So, silence is violent. And I would like to share with you a quote in which somebody said, "Don't be silent about telling the truth. You put a bridle on your mouth, they will settle on your back. They will put a saddle on your back. Therefore, don't be silent. for silence is violence. You know, this quotation is very meaningful. That don't be silent about telling the truth. And then the person who made this quote or who said this saying said, you put a bridle on your mouth, and you all know a bridle. When there is a horse, we put a bridle into the mouth of a horse.
Yes.
So that we control the horse in its movement, so that it can pull the carriage successfully. And so when you put a bridle on your mouth, what does the speaker say? The speaker says they will put a saddle on your back. And a saddle is a seat that is put on the horse's back so that the rider of the horse could sit on that saddle and ride the horse. And so when you put a bridle on your mouth, they will put a saddle on your back, and you would be silent, and they would drive you left, right, forth, and back without anything. This is what is happening today in our country. And we said, therefore, don't be silent, for silence is violence.
Correct.
I want to go into the issues now. We start from the month of January. Some of my colleagues have earlier shared with you this. On Saturday, January 16, 2022, the government of the Republic of South Sudan signed a deal in Khartoum with the Kidguang SPLA-IO faction that is led by General Simon Gedwich Dual and Agwelek forces commanded by General Olony Tobo. This agreement was signed on Saturday, January 16, 2022. And you are all witness to the signing of this agreement. The agreement was brokered by the military intelligence of the Sudanese government, and on the side of the government in Juba, the agreement was brokered by Tut Galwa, the security advisor to the president, plus General Akol Korkuch, the chief of the security intelligence bureau. Soon after this agreement was signed, a delegation was dispatched from Khartoum to Juba. The delegation stayed in the hotel for 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks they were kicked out from the hotel, and they ended up like any other person in the country. I mean that they ended up suffering and facing the suffering that everybody else in the country is facing. And so this Kidguang agreement could not materialize. It was dishonored right after it was signed. This is one of the things you put aside. And today, because of that agreement which was signed by the government and the two generals, the agreement was dishonored right from the beginning, and the two generals were set against each other, and they led a proxy war in Upper Nile region. And this caused a great destabilization in Upper Nile and resulted into the killing of thousands of our people. And you are all aware that the conflict between the two men started in a place called Tunja in Upper Nile State in July. When the war started, many people were killed. And the National Democratic, led by Dr. Lamakol, was accused. But they issued a statement then, at the beginning of July, that they were not part of what happened in Upper Nile, and that they don't have an army, and that they were a political movement. And so you have seen that the agreement which was signed on January 16, 2022, and the government was not serious about honoring it or implementing it. The government used the national security to cause a schism in the Kidguang camp and set the two generals against each other. Over time, the two generals ended up fighting themselves, and their war started in Tunja, as I said. And then the war moved from Tunja to Fanjak, when the forces that are believed to be the forces of Agolek under the command of General Johnson Owen attacked Fanjak, and they killed a number of people. And then the war continued to rage in Upper Nile. It started in Tunja, then it moved to Fanjak, then it went up to Fanyikang, it went up to the capital city of the Cholo Kingdom, Fashoda, very recently, and you have seen the number of people that were killed. But the statistics are not accurate on this matter. There were two conflicting reports. First, we got a report in which it was said that the number of people who were killed in that conflict were 3,000. That is too big. And that 3,000 was not accurate. Because if it is really 3,000 people that were killed, then this one can be termed as ethnic cleansing in the country. But another report confirmed that the number of people which were killed were 166. And so the statistics here are not accurate. But if 166 is also seen as not an accurate statistic, then we can go as far as saying that the number of those killed could be around 200 or 300 something. But as we speak here, thousands of people are displaced. Some of them have already gone to Sudan as a result of this conflict. And some of them are in places like Malu right now as we speak. And they are in dire need for everything, for food, for shelter, for everything. Although the white army that was being used to fight the civilian and kill innocent people have withdrawn from the area, but the impact of what they did there remains until this time as we speak here. So the failure of the government of the Republic of South Sudan to honor the agreement which was signed on January 16, 2022 resulted into catastrophe and tragedy in Greater Upper Nile. And I want to tell you that the insecurity and instability which has been going on in Upper Nile from July until December, very recently, how many months? You can't come from July because it started in July 2022 and until December 2022. You can see how many months. It's more than 5 months, almost 5 months or 6 months. And so this insecurity, which was happening in Upper Nile, is something that is engineered, it's something that is designed by the government of the Republic of South Sudan. And as a result, South Sudan has lost so many people. Many people have been killed. We are not able to give you a statistics of the people that were killed because the statistics are not accurate until this very time. But we are sharing with you the statistics we got, although they are not accurate. It could be more than that. Okay, this is what we are saying. And so, the failure of the government to honor the agreement signed between it and the Kidwang faction resulted into fighting from July until the end of the year 2022. And that's why we are saying here that the year 2022 has been South Sudan's bloodiest year because a lot of people have died in that year. Okay, this is one thing. I have talked about it and I have talked about the results of it. Now, the next thing is the ABA and Tweet conflict. The two comrades who spoke before me touched on it, and I want to also touch on it. You know, this issue between ABA and Tweet started since the dawn of our independence in 2011. And then it intensified gradually from 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, until it finally exploded on February 10, 2022. You all know this. And so you will find that on Thursday, January 27, Thursday, January 27, 2022, you find that a Jacquard Community Association in Juba wrote a condemnation letter to General Kwaldem Kwal, the chief administrator of ABA Special Administrative Area, condemning what it had described as the recent visit of chief administrator of ABA Special Administrative Area and its allied UNISFA to the areas of Ajakwaj Payam of Tweed County in Warabi State. That one happened there. And then on Monday, January 31st, 2022, General Kwaldem, the chief administrator of ABA, wrote a letter protesting against the content of a letter which was written and sent to him by engineer then Tom Gott, who is actually the commissioner of Tweed East County of Warab State. Then Tom Gott wrote his letter to the chief administrator telling him to stop the survey activities that were being carried on in the area of Anep. He wrote his letter in the year 2021. He wrote it on Tuesday, December 14, 2021. And so General Kwal responded to this letter on January 31st, 2022. And he protested against the language of the letter. He protested because the commission of Tweed County, according to Kwal, did not follow the governmental hierarchy in what they call official correspondence. And so you can see the development of this matter. And then on the 3rd of February, which was Thursday, February 3rd, 2022, the MPs in the reconstituted National Legislative Assembly wrote a letter to Chief Administrator of ABA area, that is General Kwaldem Kwal, on what they call grave concerns over continuous forced occupation of Tweed lands in Warab State of former Baharangazal province. In that letter, they asked General Kwaldem to stop survey activities that were going on in Anet, Atoy, and Madingjuktiam, indicating that the situation could get out of control if the survey activities were not stopped. And so the war between Tweed and Ngok in 2022 was being engineered by the MPs, by the MPs between Tweed County of Warab State and ABA administrative area, as well as also by the intellectual from ABA community. And the documents which were written and which were being circulated on social media were seen by the central government in Juba, but the central government in Juba was silent on the matter, with all its security apparatuses and military intelligences. They saw that there was a war going on in the documents, but the government in Juba decided to keep quiet. And so what do we learn from here? We learn that our government in Juba is a government that sees insecurity issues being engineered, being cooked, without interfering to stop the bloodshed before it happened. Our government in Juba is a government that interferes after people fight themselves and then too much blood is shedded. This is what the government did with regard to the issue of Tweed and Ngok. These letters were being circulated on social media, and the MPs and the intellectual The MPs from Twitch of Warabi State and the intellectuals from Abiy were talking, but the government could not interfere and stop them. And so, on Wednesday, February 9, 2022, in the words of former governor of Warabi State, General Lena Yanya Leo, some Twitch armed youth from Kwaj Anganya took the law into their own hands and went to survey areas of Madingjuktiang and forcefully removed the surveys posts and billboards of the two newly created payams in the contested areas between Twitch and Ngor. And then on Thursday, February 10, 2022, again in the words of General Elena Yenya Leo, the governor, the former governor of Warabi State, he said on the 10th of February 2022, 3 young men who were among the youth who had vandalized Madingjuktiang went to a night market. Soon after their appearance in the market, they were approached by Ngok youth and they were badly assaulted. 2 of them who were badly injured were taken to MSF hospital in a net. The 3rd one escaped and informed members of his community that 2 of his colleagues were killed by Ngok youth. This report by the young man who escaped to his community triggered the Twitch youth attack twice, on Thursday, February 10, and then Friday, February 11, and the subsequent attack, that is Saturday, February 12, up to Sunday, February 14. The Twitch youth attack Anit, starting from February 10 up to February 14. And so the brutal skirmishes went on. The brutal skirmishes went on for 4 days. And a net market was burned down to ashes, with members of both communities and others from the neighboring areas killed and thousands displaced. And so madness and chaos continued for 10 months, despite the formation of the investigation committee led by Vice President Hussein Abdul Baghi Akol. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, how this conflict was engineered between the 2 communities who are actually 2 sisterly communities who had been coexisting together for a very long time. Okay, now, after the violence and the killings of the people, on Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, Governor Aleu Ayeng Aleu and Kwal were summoned by the Council of State to go and appear before the Council of State in order to explain to the Council of State what exactly happened. And so Warabi State Governor General Lena Ayeng showed up in front of the Council of State in Juba after he was summoned alongside the Chief Administrator of Abiy, General Kwal by the Council of State, to explain in details the root causes of the intercommunal violence which had rocked the region then. General Kwal did not show up on the 22nd of February in front of the council. Instead, he showed up on Thursday, March 1st, 2022, and presented his report. And so the 2 governors presented their reports, and the 2 reports were similar at some point, but contradicting in some other numerous points. We have been following this. And then on Thursday, February 24th, 2022, prior to his visit to the United Arab Emirates, President Salva Kiir Mayardit issued a decree forming an investigation committee led by Vice President Hussein Abdul Baghi Akol to investigate the intercommunal clashes between the 2 sisterly communities, Twitch and Ngok. And the presidential decree appointed prominent members from the 2 communities who were believed to have been involved in agitating the violence, thereby putting the integrity of the committee that was appointed in a dilemma. On Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022, Twitch MPs who were appointed as members of the investigation committee were received with a protest in a net after the committee left Churalei to meet with the chiefs, elders, women, and used to collect the information about the violence which had erupted in the region. The committee completed the process of investigation and handed its final report to the president in May 2022. Before the committee handed over its report, an agreement for cessation of hostilities was signed on Tuesday, April 4, 2022 in a will town in northern Barghazal state. A similar move was made in Juba when elders and intellectuals from the two communities of Twitch and Ngok signed some documents and appealed for calm and peace in the area. But the conflict continued until the government deployed the army in the area in October 2022. While violence was going on, practically on the ground, it was equally raging on social media here, especially here on Clubhouse. And you are all witness to this, especially on Facebook and Clubhouse. People were fighting themselves here. People were hurt day and night fighting themselves. And so these are some comments which I want to add to the issue of violence between Twitch and Ngok, which was a remarkable event and at the same time a negative event in the year 2022. And it is one of the events that actually made the year 2022 a bloodiest year for the people of South Sudan. So let us follow together, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to speak today and reflect back to the event that have happened in our country. Now, we move to the next level. The next event, which was mentioned also by my colleagues, Moses and Abdullah, is the issue of violence between cattle herders from Jungle, particularly from Bor community, the issue of cattle herders and the farmers in the local communities in Equatorial region. They talked about this and they mentioned a number of issues. This issue of violence between the cattle herders and the farmers also started in February. It started in February 2022. And so if you go back, you will find the following date. On January 23rd, 24th, 26th, and then 25th, and then 27th, 2022, you will find that violence between the cattle herders from Bor in Jungle State and the farmers from the local communities intensified in Magui County of Eastern Equatoria State. When the violence intensified, 3,000 people were reported to have abandoned their houses due to the escalation of violence in the area. The fighting was taking place in the areas of Agoro, Abara, Panyikwara, Kubi, Aru Junction, Melijo, Mugali, Ketipo, Lafon, and Lopit, among other areas. We don't have the accurate statistics of the people who were killed in the conflict in those areas that we have already mentioned. And we don't even have the statistics of the properties that have been subjected to damage in those areas. But what we can say here is that our country witnessed a greater violence in the year 2022, especially between the cattle herders and the local communities in Greater Equatoria. And so, a big number of people was killed in this violence, the violence that is related to the relations between the cattle herders and the farmers in Eastern Equatoria, as well as Central Equatoria State. However, as the violence intensified, Bor community issued a statement in which, that is the Bor community chairperson, he issued a statement in which he said that 35 people, who were mostly the elderly, women and children, were killed when the attack occurred on a cattle camp in a place called Melijo and Mugali.
Yes, indeed. I want to say that you are right. It was
35 people were killed. And 10,000 heads of cattle were wrestled by cattle rustlers who were said to be coming from Pibor administrative area at that time. The governor of Eastern Equatorial State, Luis Lobong Lojore, at that time said in a public statement that the people of Jonglei have transferred violence to Eastern Equatorial State. And he urged the leaders of Jonglei to convince the cattle headers to go back to Jonglei or to Bor. And so insecurity intensified in the area between February, March, April until May. The issue of cattle headers in Eastern Equatoria and Central Equatoria started from February up to May. And the conflict intensified and big number of people were killed. We don't have accurate statistics, but we are just reminding ourselves that a big number of people was killed. And this event is one of the events that made the year 2022 the bloodiest year for the Republic of South Sudan. When insecurity and violence intensified in the area, that is between the cattle headers and the farmers, the Director General of National Security, General Akol Korkuj, the Police Inspector General, General Majanga Kate Malo, and the Chief of Defense Forces, General Santino Dengwon, went to Nimili to apparently inspect the area and restore security. But the situation continued to get worse, despite the fact that these three gentlemen who are in charge of security in the country went to the area. And so several calls were made several times for the cattle headers to go back to Bor in an attempt to find a solution to the problem between the cattle headers and the local communities. And there were reports that the cattle were going back to Bor. The governor of Eastern Equatorial State, General Lobong himself, confirmed this in a statement. Several media houses reported that the cattle were going back to Bor. But the cattle were back again to the same areas. They went to Bor, but they were back again to the same areas in a short period. And the violence continued until the recent event in Mangala and Bilinyang also happened. And so you can see that the year 2022 was marked by the shadows of violence between the cattle herders and the farmers in the local communities in Eastern Equatorial State, as well as in Central Equatorial State. If we go to the month of March, in the month of March, the year 2022, violence broke out in Unity State between the SSPDF and SPLA-IO soldiers. And when the violence happened, hundreds of civilians were killed in crossfire in Ler, the southern county of Unity State. The same happened in areas of Maiwood, Nasir, Juko, and Malwalgaos. When these events were happening and the civilians were being killed in 10 and hundreds, the President of the Republic issued a decree appointing an investigation committee led by the Minister of Irrigation and Water Resources, Honorable Manawa Peter Gatkos, to investigate the massacre of civilians in Lair County of Unity State. The committee did not start its works until the minister passed away on Sunday, June 19, 2022 in Cairo, Egypt. 4 months later from the date of formation of the investigation committee. And so this insecurity in Unity State later on developed and emerged as a rebellion in the state. As many as SPDF soldiers were ambushed and killed on the roads. The rebels were also killed by the government forces. And so you would now recall that in the month of March 2022, there was violence in Unity State, and then the violence took place in places like Nasir, Malwalgaos, Maiwood, and other areas, and hundreds of innocent civilians were killed in Unity State. And so Unity State gradually became a hot point of insecurity and rebellion that intensified later, as we shall see. And so, the events which happened in Unity State in the month of March 2022 marked the year 2022 as the bloodiest year for the people of South Sudan. We go to the month of April. In the month of April, the violence continued in Unity State, and on Monday, April 11, 2022, we saw the horrible picture of the year 2022. The horrible picture of the year 2022 was coming from Unity State. On that day, which was the 10th of April, I went to my bed very late. After I wake up in the morning, the first thing I did was to log on my Facebook account, to log into my Facebook account. And I begin to see the news. As I was on social media, and as I was going also surfing for the news on electronic newspapers, I came across a very terrible picture of the year. And this picture is a picture that made South Sudan, or made the year 2022 the bloodiest year for South Sudan. The horrible picture of the year 2022 was this horrible picture from Unity State was circulating on social media. The picture was this. I saw a bleeding, lactating mother seated in an open pickup Land Cruiser car while she was holding her baby, who was suckling milk and blood at the same time. Jonkur can show you the picture of this woman for those of you who are watching. And those of you who have seen this picture, you would remember the picture. A bleeding mother who is lactating her child was seated in an open Land Cruiser while she was holding her baby, who was suckling milk and blood at the same time. And so, dear brothers and sisters, that was the horrible picture of the year 2022. Based on my own standard, I believe that you too saw the picture, that horrible picture of violence in the year 2022. Mothers are the foundation and the essence of any nation. When they are killed and victimized, then the nation is dying. How many mothers have been killed in the year 2022? Across South Sudan, the answer is clear. Hundreds of our mothers have been killed and victimized. Hundreds have been raped and victimized. Mothers are the nation. When they die, the nation dies. And so, you can see that the violence which rocked the country in the whole 2022 was in a very particular manner against all the citizens of the country, and in a very particular way against women and mothers. And so women paid the price of violence and bloodshed in South Sudan throughout the year 2022. These are the gleams of bloodshed from Unity State in the year 2022. In May, but before I go to May, I want to say that in April and May 2022, the issue of Jonglei Canal, which my comrade spoke about, came up. That the Jonglei Canal wanted to be re-excavated, but it was rejected by the people of South Sudan. So many songs were composed about the re-excavation of Jonglei State. We saw people of South Sudan standing up all together. At that time, I read a statement or an article written by Joshua Dow. At that time, I read a very long statement by the National Salvation Front rejecting the redigging of Jonglei Canal. And so the project of redigging of Jonglei Canal actually united the people of South Sudan. And the people of South Sudan were able to recall their history, the history of the SPLM-SPLA in 1983, when they rebelled against the government of South Sudan, and the first thing they did was to attack the project as it was taking place at that time. And so on Wednesday, in April and in May 2022, the issue of Jonglei Canal was rejected by all the people of South Sudan. All our experts rejected this. They have been mentioned earlier. We have Professor Akech of Juba University. He rejected it, and he was seen active on social media collecting 1 million signatures of South Sudanese to reject the redigging of Jonglei Canal. We saw Professor Taj Al-Khazin active here on social media, talking to the people of South Sudan, talking to the government of South Sudan, that this project should not be implemented because it is going to have serious impact on the ecosystem and on the future of the people of South Sudan. Taj Al-Khazin was seen here on social media, speaking on Lake Media State, speaking from the People's Voice of the People Forum. He was here with us, speaking to the people of South Sudan, speaking to the government of South Sudan. People like Majong Deng Shol were also speaking about this. We have gentlemen from the South Institute in Juba. They were speaking against this. And so this project was rejected by the people of South Sudan, and the people of South Sudan were able to come back to their unity. But soon, the people of South Sudan were falling apart because of the communal violence which was going on in different parts of the country. And so we go to the month of May. When you go to the month of May, you will find that on Wednesday, May 11, and Thursday, May 12, 2022.
Yes.
In the areas of Mugali, Melijo, Payam of Eastern Equatorial State, these areas witnessed tragic events and violence escalation as people were killed, as I said earlier. But the governor of that area, I want to read some parts of this statement which was issued by the governor. But before I do this, there are some few things I want to say here. The governor of Eastern Equatorial State, Luis Lobong Lejore, said in a public statement that the attackers who attacked the areas of Melijo and Mugali and killed 35 people and then wrestled 10,000 head of cattle. He said that those attackers were from Bibor administrative area. The chief of Greater Bibor administrative area, and his name is called Lokoli Ame Bulan, denied the allegation leveled against his administration by Governor Lobong Lejore. As violence escalates in Eastern Equatorial State, the governor of the state, Luis Lobong Lejore, issued a statement on Saturday, May 14, 2022, in which he clarified what happened and disclosed that the attackers who attacked the cattle headers in Mugali and Melijo are armed youth from Greater Pibor administration. And I quote his words. This is what he said. He said the government of Eastern Equatorial State.
I'm sorry. Hello?
Yes, Jonkor.
Actually, I have an opportunity.
Yes, go ahead.
I have an opportunity to share that photo on the screen, the one that with the mother, the bloody, and the baby is sucking milk from her mother, breastfeeding, milk
and blood at the same time.
Correct. So our people can see this. She's in a pickup truck. It's a horrible scene, and we call it actually that is the worst photo of the year. Photo coming from Unity State.
That is the worst photo of the year.
Yes,
showing that South Sudan has been going through a bloodiest time of the year.
Correct. So go ahead, something.
Yeah, so the governor of Eastern Equatorial State said the government of Eastern Equatorial State has since then been calling on the cattle headers, their community leaders, and their governments to take the cows back to their areas of origin for the sake of peace. The cattle headers heeded not to our calls or to the plea of their leaders, unquote. And so correspondingly, Dr. Rango Gordon Kwal, the chairperson of Boer community, on Thursday, May 12, 2022, issued a statement released on Saturday, May 14, 2022, in which he stated the following, and I quote, he said this: "We are profoundly saddened and shocked by the recent attack on innocent civilians in Mugali, Magui County, which happened on Wednesday, 11 May 2022 at around 4:35 a.m. This senseless attack resulted in civilian casualties. The attackers made away with a huge number of cattle and abducted children. These numerous attacks are carried out by the youth, organized and facilitated by the government of Eastern Equatorial State. The youth in the area are heavily armed to raid the cattle and innocent civilians, even though those civilians have started leaving the area in response to the demand by the indigenous communities in the state, unquote. And so you can see the two statements, the one by the governor of Eastern Equatorial State and the other one by the chairperson of Boer community, are conflicting. Actually, Governor Lobong stated that they have made calls several times to the cattle headers to go back to their countries of origin, and they have talked to their leaders, but they didn't hear, or they didn't heed to those calls, according to what he wrote in the statement. While the chairperson of Boer community, in his statement, accused the government of Eastern Equatorial State of having been the one who armed the youth who came from Greater Pibore in order to come and attack the civilian in the cattle camp in Malijo and Mugali. And so you can see, ladies and gentlemen, you can see this problem has been really a very complicated issue. And so this issue of cattle headers going to Eastern Equatorial State, going to Central Equatorial State, and then problems happen, and then calls are made, go back to your areas, and then they go back, later on they come back, and then a lot of bad things happening have been going on throughout the year 2022. And it actually be counted as one of the worst events which happened throughout the year 2022. That is in May. We move ahead to the month of June. In the month of June, there was an issue of dredging, which is related to the issue of Jongule Canal I mentioned earlier. It was mentioned earlier by my colleagues who spoke before me.
Yes.
I want to add more comment on this. In the month of June 2022, the issue of dredging came up. When the government of Unity State received the dredging machines that were meant for cleaning up some tributaries of the Nile River, particularly the Nam River in Unity State. And to the surprise of the citizens in the country, the dredging machines that were dispatched into the country were sent into the country secretly, and then the machine were received by the government of Unity State, and upon receiving, then the citizens in the country were able to know that something fishy was going on. And when they discovered that these dredging machines were brought in, the issue of dredging machine caused a great deal of debate in the country, with environmentalists rejecting the implementation of the dredging, while the government insisted in its implementation. And so this one caused a great debate between the citizens, the expert, and the government. And you will all remember that General Juanito was saying that if we don't dredge our rivers, they will become what? They will become forests. You also heard Michael McQuay talking, saying that the rivers need to be dredged because the River Nile has become shallow, and that the navigation through the River Nile was no longer possible now because the river is shallow, and therefore there was a need for dredging. You also listened to Dr. Riek Machar, the first vice president, talking about dredging and defending it. He even made a presentation together with late Manao Peter Gerkwat before he passed away. And the pictures were there and the papers that they shared were there. And so the issue of dredging was rejected by the people of South Sudan, and it caused a great deal of debate in the Republic of South Sudan. When it became a very serious matter, on Saturday, July 9, 2022, during the 11th anniversary of our independence, President Salva Kiir Mayardit issued some directives that the activities of dredging have to be stopped.
Suspended, yes.
And that feasibility studies need to be carried out to ensure whether this project, if implemented, will have negative impact on the environment. And so the project was halted, and the people of South Sudan became very happy. But what happened later on, that was not the end of the story. What happened later on is that the government came up with the same project again, but using another name. And it was passed on the 18th of October, 2022 in the Council of Ministers. They passed the same project again, but in a different name. They came up with two words. They talk about cleaning and clearance. That the dredging was stopped, and now the government has endorsed cleaning and clearance of the rivers. But we also said that is dredging in another name.
Yes.
Or they are now using another word. They were trying to be smart in front of the people of South Sudan, but we discovered their game. We told the people of South Sudan on this forum that cleaning and clearance are the same thing. They would like to implement the same project coming up with these two words. And they cannot play with the minds of the people of South Sudan. The people of South Sudan are wise enough to see what is good for them and what is not good for them. And so this issue was dismissed by the people of South Sudan, and it was declared as an agenda which is serving foreign interests through our country.
Yes.
And therefore it was rejected by all the people of South Sudan. Whether those in the opposition or those in the government, they all rejected it equally and alike. And so this was one of the hottest issues in the month of June 2022. We move to July.
Yes.
You will remember, we go back again to Unity State. On Friday, July 22nd, 2022, you are all aware that the house of Brigadier General James Shual Gadwak Menemi, Commissioner of Mayom County of Unity State, was stormed at around 2 a.m. The house was attacked by the rebel affiliated to South Sudan People's Movement, South Sudan People's Army, under the command of General Stephen Boy Rolnyang. The commissioner gruesomely died with 11 others, including his wife and his bodyguards. The South Sudan People's Movement, South Sudan People Army leader and commander, General Stephen Boy, claimed the responsibility of the killing of the commissioner of Mayom County, James Shual Galwak, who is a brother to Tut Galwak Manemi, the current security advisor to the president. The leader and commander of SSPM and SSPA, Boy Rolnyang, claimed the responsibility in a radio interview. There was a radio interview conducted by Radio Tamazu. He claimed the interview and he announced to the public that they are the one behind the killing of Brigadier General James Shual Gadwak. And so the killing was a way of declaring the emergence of a new rebel movement in Unity State and in the country. That was very sad. We saw the pictures then on social media and it was horrible. It was actually gruesome. They used the RPG and grenade and they killed the man burning his house. It was terrible. So this is one of the bloodiest events. And this is one of the events which marked the year 2022 as the bloodiest event for the Republic of South Sudan. Another event that happened was on Monday, July 11, 2022. On Monday, July 11, 2022, there was a chief killed in Numili. On this date, the killing of Chief John Ibele, chief of Anzara Buma in Numili, happened. The chief was attending a meeting for fundraising for the burial of the two young men who were killed in Mugali and Melijo in Magui County of Eastern Equatorial State. And so two armed young men came to the place of the meeting and one of them shot the chief, killing him on the spot. And this one sparked protest by the citizens in Numili town. And the protest resulted into a road blockage. There were no trucks from Numili going to Juba because the citizens were protesting in the town. And so the security forces were dispatched to the area. And those of Akolokor and others were in the area, as I said earlier. Those of my younger age, Santino Dengu, were in the area after this incident happened. After the killing of Chief, the two culprits were arrested by the SSPDF and they were detained in one of their military barracks. On Tuesday, August 25, 2022, one of the two culprits, and his name is Lat Machut, who shot Chief John Ebele, was sentenced to hanging until death by the High Court in Juba. So this is one of the events which made the year 2022 a bloodiest year for the people of the Republic of South Sudan. Moses mentioned something earlier. In the month of July 2022,
yes,
the SPLM-IG, this is now a political event. The rest were all insecurity. Now this one is a political event. In July, that was the early July, the SPLM-IG proposed the extension of the transitional period of the revitalized agreement for the resolution of conflict in the Republic of South Sudan for 24 months, as he mentioned. This happened after having seen that they did not meet the dates stipulated in the implementation matrix of the agreement. They moved, the move and the proposal was heavily welcomed. It was happily welcomed by the SPLM-IO. And the SPLM-IO, in fact, as Moses said earlier, suggested that the extension should be for 30 months instead of 24 months. But the SPLM-IG insisted that it should be only for 24 months. And therefore, they agreed. And on Thursday, August 4th, 2022, the transitional period was extended for 24 months, and the parties to the agreement signed the roadmap, which actually guaranteed 2 more years for the current government. We in the UCC rejected the extension of the transitional period then and called for the regime change through popular uprising so that it is replaced with a lean technocratic government with a mandate of restoring peace and stability in the country in 3 years or 2 years and a half. And that this government should deliver some services to the citizens, repatriate the refugees back home from the neighboring countries, and prepare the country for elections. And we also warned that the consequences of the extension would be catastrophic to the country. And in fact, our prediction had come true. As you can see, the country has been falling apart, and it was evidently seen in the violence that followed in Upper Nile, in Unity State, and in the intensification of the 10th month violence between Twitch and Ngok in Bahar Ghazal, and the ongoing violence between Jonglei and Pibor administrative area by the end of the year. All these acts of violence and conflict are generated by the government of the Republic of South Sudan under the leadership of General Salva Kiir Mayardit. And so, we go to the month of August. When you go to the month of August, particularly Monday, August 7, 2022, you find another horrible incident that shocked the people of South Sudan and the entire civilized world. What is this incident? This incident, ladies and gentlemen, was about 3 officers who were believed to have participated in the killing of Mayom County of Unity State. These 3 officers were arrested by the Sudanese military intelligence in an area called Fula in South Kordofan on the 6th of August. And they were repatriated throughout the night. And they arrived to Unity State. And so on Monday, the 7th of August, the 3 officers who were affiliated to South Sudan People's Movement, South Sudan People's Army, were executed by firing squad in a small village called Kaikang. The officers were 4 in number. 3 of them were killed by fire squad, and the 4th officer with the rank of Brigadier General, Gadwak Majoglier, was burned alive in a cottage. This is one of the events that made the year 2022 one of the bloodiest year for the people of South Sudan. One day, those who killed those soldiers would be held accountable, because they did not only kill those people, but they tarnished the image of the Republic of South Sudan. As the video of the summary of fire squad was leaked out and posted on social media, and we all have seen it, and it was shocking to see the video. John Core then played the video. At that time, we played the video on the show here, and people saw it. It was a very horrible scene.
And actually, I want to refresh people on that. I can play this video so they can see. But I want to give a warning. It's very graphic. So if you have children around you, they should not be watching. Very, very graphic. Like inhumane killing. Regardless, they disagree with you or they are a rebel, they shouldn't be killed that way. They should be taken to the jail, and then start the process of trial. And then if the court of law find them guilty and wanted to put a capital punishment on them, and then okay, they can go with that, with the dignified manner. But this killing was inhumane. So very graphic. I'm going to play it. You watch it.
gor ka tong bi ko.
And you can see that the general actually is fear himself. So after they shot them with fire squad, he went and grabbed the gun from all the soldiers because these soldiers, they were not happy. They might turn these guns against them. So Dengdi, to see that scene is heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. This incident happened in 2022. Continue, Mr. Dengdi.
Thank you, Brother Jonkur. The shocking video was denounced and condemned by the public in South Sudan and also in the entire world. The video also caused a big row in the army and in the political quarters, and a number of statements were issued. I still remember that Lul Roy Kong, the spokesperson of the SSPDF, denied it publicly, saying that the SSPDF in Bilfam did not give orders to the commander in the field there to kill those soldiers through firing squad. Also, Santino Dengwul, the CDF, the Chief Defense Force, also said that they did not give orders, and that an investigation committee was going to be formed to investigate the matter and hold those who killed the soldiers by firing a squad accountable. But as we speak here, ladies and gentlemen, there was no any investigation committee formed to investigate the killing of those rebels in such a way which is against the laws of the Republic of South Sudan and which is against the laws of any civilized nation in the world. Yes, they are rebels, but they should have not been killed in such a way, in such a barbaric way, in such a way that has tarnished our image as people of South Sudan. The firing squad of the 3 officers who were arrested in Fula area in Sudan by the Sudanese military intelligence and handed over to the government of Dr. Joseph Mointuil Wijang was retaliation to the killing of Mayom County Commissioner Brigadier General James Shual Gadluak. And I want to remind the people of South Sudan that the governor of Warab State in July 2021 also did the same thing, but it was not seen because it was not on camera like the one of Unity State. The governor of Warab State, General Lewa Yenya, in the month of July 2021, killed 100 people by firing a squad. And based on the report, which I still have right now, these 100 people were tied on the trees in the bush. They were tied on the trees in one of the bushes there in the area in Warab State, and then they were shot. The same thing was repeated in Unity State under the leadership of Dr. Joseph Mointuil Wijang. And so South Sudan has gone down in history as a country that killed rebels and citizens through what they call firing squad. This is one of the shocking events in the year 2022, and it is one of the events which actually marked the year 2022 as the bloodiest year for the people of the Republic of South
Correct.
Sudan. We go to August 7, On Sunday, August 7, in the year 2022, there is another event which happened. This event was related to economic situation in the country. It was related to economic hardships that the people of South Sudan are undergoing continually. And so on Sunday, August 7 in the year 2022, the youth took to the street at Konyo Market to protest the inflation and the worsening economic situation in the country. But they were arrested and 2 protesters were shot dead immediately. Dean Magot, a female journalist reporting for the Voice of America, who went to the scene of the protest at Konyo Market in order to cover the event, was arrested and detained for more than 3 weeks. And she was released afterward. And on social media, the people of South Sudan stood in solidarity with her until she was released. When this event happened, the deputy mayor of Juba City Council, Tik Mayardit, threatened the people of South Sudan, telling them that the government of South Sudan does not have tear gas or water tubes. He actually told the people of South Sudan that we have live bullets, adding that anyone who would go to the street to protest would be shot dead. And we played his video at that time. In August 11, from August 11 to 15, 2022, there were protests in Bor, the capital of Jonglei State. The protests were led, they were organized and led by the Workers' Union in Bor Town, the capital of Jonglei State. They were protesting for the economic hardship that the country was going through. So they protested to demand the 5-month arrears, which they did not receive. But they were dispersed by the police forces, and two of the leaders of the Workers' Union were arrested by the government of Jonglei State under the leadership of Governor Denai Jok Shagor. And so the protest was quelled. And 2 leaders were arrested. Up to now, we don't know whether they are released or not, because we did not get anything telling us that they were released. And so you can see that the people of South Sudan suffer from violence, communal violence, intertribal violence, insecurity, army fighting with the civilians. If you go also to Tony, in the month of May, there was a fight between youth and the SSPDF. In the month of May in Tony, 2022, the exchange of fire between the armed youth in the area and the SSPDF resulted into the killing of 65 people. And most of them were soldiers. Were officers in the SSPDF. That is also one of the bloodiest events for the people of South Sudan in the year 2022. And so the events that we are talking about, some of them are political in their nature, some of them are about insecurity and violence, some of them are economic problems, and we are all witness. Some of them are political problems that are related to serving a foreign interest, which does not serve any interest for the people of South Sudan, such as dredging and the re-excavation of Jonglei Canal, which we talked about earlier. Now we go to the month of September. On September 26, 2022, there was an issue of a BA final status. On Tuesday, September 26, 2022, the president issued a statement on the final status of a BA in the framework of what he called cooperation between the 2 countries, that is South Sudan and Sudan. The same message was echoed by the permanent mission of South Sudan in Addis Ababa, or the permanent mission of South Sudan to the African Union in Addis Ababa. And the 2 countries exchanged their views on the final status of ABA, but they could not agree. So the president, after the fight between Tweet and Ngok, came up with the issue of final status of ABA. And when he came up with it, the president actually reconstituted the committee, which was formed in July 2021 to make it a committee that includes members of the Ngok Dinka to follow up on the issue of ABA between the two countries. And so several meetings were held. Several meetings followed between the president with Dr. Francis Madingedeng, Dr. Luka Byungdeng, and others. But up to now, the case of ABA is still in the impasse. There is no solution to the final status. In our political reading and analysis, the people of Twitch and Ngok were left to brutalize themselves under the watch of President Kiir. And President Kiir was being blamed by members of the two communities that he had allowed them to go on to kill themselves without him interfering to stop the violence. And having learned that he was being accused of having failed to find a solution to the problem between Twitch and Ngok, he came up with the idea of final status for the people of Ngok, so that the people of Ngok look at him as somebody who cares about the final status of their area. But this
Jai, Lomantum Chita Shalu, Anamabam Chile Kumtani. Whatever you know, committee, Shanam Chile, Mantiga, but at Chakalada.
with no response. We have seen Tutkeo taking the delegation to Khartoum. We have seen Tutkeo going forth and back between Juba and Khartoum, leading a delegation with the sons of Abiy in the delegation, but nothing materialized until now. So that one was another deception from the president to the people of Abiy, when he said that Abiy remained as a focal point in the policy of his government, and that he feels the suffering of the people of Abiy. This was one. This is one of the political events which took place in September 2022. But the matter did not end there. And I actually accuse President Kiir as somebody who is not serious in the issue of Ngok Dinka, particularly the issue of their area. President Kiir in 2004 went to Agok area together with our late iconic leader, Dr. John Garangdamabur, and he actually talked about Abiy. He said that if the issue of Abiy is not resolved through the comprehensive peace agreement, then the region of Equatoria and the region of Upper Nile will have peace with Khartoum, but Bahar Ghazal would remain in war with Khartoum. But over years, President Kiir failed to realize what he said in 2004. Jonkor, I think you can play the video so that the people of South Sudan can hear the words of the president and judge him accordingly.
I think I have to go back and get that one because it's not ready on the studio. But continue while I'm getting it.
Yeah, and so you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that President Kiir is actually a deceiver. He deceived the people of Abiy that his government is for the final status of Abiy in September 2022. But up to now, nothing has been done. So our evaluation for President Kiir on this issue is zero. And the people of Abiy should know this. Because of the violence which has been going on between the people of Abiy and our people in Warab in Twitch County, we actually heard loud voices in the year 2022 that Abiy should be given an autonomy, that Abiy should be given self-rule, that Abiy should become an area of its own, or like a semi-state between the two republics, between South Sudan and Sudan. And so the frustration of the people of North over the issue of their area was increased by the fighting which happened between them and the people of Twitch. And the government delayed for 10 months to stop the bloodshed in the area. When you go to October, on Monday, October 10, 2022, there was a resumption or a renewal of violence between Twitch and Mob. And many people, mostly young people, were killed in the violence. That was on Monday, October 10, 2022. A big number of youth were killed. And I think, and I believe that is the last violence. That is the last violence. After this violence, the government was able to deploy the number of forces that are roughly approximated to be 3,000 soldiers or troops in the area in the month of October. And from the month of October up to now, we haven't seen the people of Abyei and the people of Twitch fighting again, because the forces are deployed and the bloodshed was controlled between the two sisterly communities. And that was very good. Although it is good, the government actually left the two communities killing themselves for 10 months. And then in the 10th month, the government was able to interfere and stop bloodshed. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, on October 21st, 2022, this is a political event. And my comrade talked about it earlier. The chairman of the SPLM party issued an order in which he dismissed the former SPLM deputy chairperson and former SPLM secretary general. Reacting to this event, Riek Machar, who was the former deputy, who is actually former deputy of the SPLM chairman, complained through the information office in a statement they released that they cannot be dismissed from the SPLM party and that they are members. When in fact, he is actually, he is leading a faction, a broke-away faction from the mother SPLM. And we made our comment then on this issue, and we said, Riek Machar, you should not cry over a spilled milk. You are an independent party. Correct. Once you leave a political organization and you go and establish your own, automatically your membership has elapsed. And so there was no need to say that one. And when we were analyzing this, we said it very clearly to the people of South Sudan that the leaders of the SPLM were fighting over the name of the SPLM. They were actually fighting over the history of the SPLM. Because the history of the SPLM is glorious in their eyes. And that's why every one of them is claiming it. It is the history that brought about the independence of South Sudan. And therefore, Kiir is claiming it. Kiir is claiming SPLM to be his own. Machar, on the other hand, is saying, no, nobody can dismiss me from the SPLM. And the same thing to the former Secretary General. So it is a fight, ladies and gentlemen, over the name of the SPLM and over the liberation heritage that the SPLM made throughout the 21 years of the liberation struggle. And we ask ourselves, should they fight over the name, or should they go separate ways with their different factions? And then the historical achievement of liberation struggle will still remain in the books of history as a collective achievement they all made. Who will deny that General Pagana Mum did not participate in the liberation struggle? Who would deny that Dr. Macharteng did not participate in the liberation struggle? Who would deny that General Salva Kiir Mayardit or whoever is in the FPN did not participate in the liberation struggle? So it is a fight over nothing. Even if General Pagan was not real SPLM, the people of South Sudan would still look at him as somebody who participated in the liberation of the people of South Sudan. So it is a fight over name, and it is a fight over nothing. It is a meaningless fight. And as they fight over the name, the dispute can develop. And later on, you will hear Mr. President talking about 1991. And dear people of South Sudan, I want to assure you that once the president mentioned the 1991, make sure that war is coming. When the 1991 is mentioned, make sure war is underway. In 2013, General Kiir Mayardit mentioned the event of 1991. And the next day, there was war and people were killed. So it is a terrible situation.
And
So in the month of October, 3 major events happened. The renewal of violence between Twitch and Ngok on the 10th of October, the dismissal of SPLM deputy and Secretary General, the former, plus the deployment of the army between Twitch and Ngok, which stopped bloodshed until this moment. And so with these 3 major events which happened in October 2022, we moved to the month of November. I want to say that the month of November in the year 2022 was one of the good months, especially for the 2 communities, Twitch and Ngok. Why? Because the whole month of November actually passed without any clashes, without anyone being killed, and that was very good. I actually love it. I like it and I love it that the month of October passed without Twitch and Ngok fighting themselves again because of the deployment of the army. And so for Twitch and Ngok, the month of October passed with calm after the army was deployed in the area and the social media fighters or the social media fight subsided, and we were able to experience the gentle breeze in clubhouse hallways and rooms. However, ambushes in the rooms and opening of retaliatory rooms remain a noticeable thing on social media, particularly here on Clubhouse. So there were no more ambushes in the rooms between Twitch and Ngok fellows. You know, it has become an order in Clubhouse. When you open your room, some people come and lay down an ambush inside your room. When they hear some few words, then they run and go and open another room that is anti your room. And that's what I call ambushes in the rooms. We are here on social media and we are following what is happening. At the same time, as the month of October was a month of peace and relative calm between Twitch and Ngok,
November.
it was a bloody month for the people of Upper Nile. Because war and violence escalated in Upper Nile. And many people were killed. The violence started to intensify in November and till December, until the days when the SPLM was holding meetings of the Liberation Council. So the month of November was good for Twitch and Ngok, but at the same time it was bad for the people of Upper Nile. Because they were dying as the 2 generals were fighting. They were dying as Nyaburju was involved in the war. They were dying as Agwel was fighting, as the White Army was fighting. And it was so bad. We saw President Kiir talking in the SPLM National Liberation Council, telling the people that as we are talking here, there is war in Eastern Nuer in Jukum, and there is war in the Sholo Kingdom areas. Who are fighting there? They are our brothers and sisters, and I cannot stop them. That was so heartbreaking of President Kiir to say that one. And we were saying, why he did not send the troops to stop the war the same way he stopped it in Abyei or between Abyei and Tweed. And we described his statement at that time as an irresponsible statement. We described it as lunatic, as imprudent, as something that should not be said by the president. And so from November, we go to December. In December, there are some important political events that I want to make commentary on, and then we will close the show on Facebook and continue on Clubhouse. The following event happened in the month of December. There was reconstitution of SPLM restructures. Reconstitution of SPLM structures, namely the political bureau and the National Liberation Council. New faces were added into the political bureau as well as into the National Liberation Council. And following this, there was disagreement and quarrel within the SPLM. Some people were seen as not capable of being members of the political bureau. People such as Benjamin Bolmel and others. We have seen people from Ruweng writing letters. We have seen people from Tweet saying that they were not represented. And they are all members of the SPLM. And so there was a fight within the SPLM over membership in the political bureau and over membership in the National Liberation Council. This is one. Number two, President Kiir was nominated by the SPLM as the flag bearer of the SPLM in the December 2024 elections, if these elections are going to happen. And we said that the nomination of President Kiir as the flag bearer of the SPLM in the presidential election in December 2024 was an entrenchment of the dictatorship in South Sudan. Because Kwal Manyang told him that you have to rule the country until the end of your life, which we rejected. And we actually condemned it. This is the entrenchment of dictatorship in the country. On December 12th, we are all aware what happened. Monday, December 12th, 2022, there was an opening of Juba-Tirikeka Road in which a very bad incident happened to the president on camera. And the video was leaked out on social media, and that was shocking. After this video, 4 young men were gunned down. There are actually 5. 5 young men were gunned down inside Juba. And they are all members of national security. They made up a drama in which they said that these 4 young men went and take money from the central bank. Some people said no, they didn't take money from central bank. They went and take money that was in the car somewhere near the central bank. And so they were killed. Those 4, they are 5 in number. 4 of them were killed, and we have seen all their pictures on social media. These 4 are believed by the government to be the people behind the leakage of the shocking video of the president. The 5th one, which we did not see his body, is believed to be the cameraman. 5 of them were killed because of this video. And so this video was leaked out by the national security. And when the matter became serious, the elements that were believed to be behind the leakage were lynched. They were killed. And a drama was made that these were thieves and they were trying to break into the central bank. But that was not true. This is the true narrative behind the story or behind the incident.
Yes.
So 5 young men have died. But did this one save the image of the president and the image of the country? The answer is simply no. The image of South Sudan and that one of the president is damaged beyond repair. And we said the solution for the president is to step aside because he's not mentally and physically fit to run the nation. And we even saw him on the 3rd of December, president of the neighboring country, president of Kenya, William Ruto, paid a visit to Juba on the 3rd of December. And you know, when there is a visiting president, the visiting president together with the president of the country is visiting, have to pass in front of the guards.
Yes.
Which is called guards honor.
Yes.
President Kiir could not walk together with William Ruto because he was not able to walk. We know he's suffering from some problem in his leg. He could not go together in front or to do what they call guards of honor. That was an indication that the president was not okay and that he was not in good health. So this issue of shocking video is one of the events which tarnished the image of our country in the eyes of the whole civilized world. And as we speak here, a lot of YouTubers are still making comment on the video.
And shockingly, such
They
dangerous.
are still making fun of us, the people of South Sudan. Yes, Jonko.
I was saying that, and shockingly, you know, a country, a sovereign nation,
Shocking.
cannot,
Shocking and uncharacteristic and deplorable.
and cannot respond, cannot put out a statement what had happened, whether it happened or didn't happen. You're required, you know, to enlighten the citizen about the situation that had happened. You cannot just remain silent and say, I hope it will die and go away. It will never die and go away. It's something that had happened and it deserved a statement. It deserved the presidency to come out and clarify about this. But they took it like it is not a matter. They gone about their businesses and they didn't care about what's happening. Journalists, citizens of other countries, even big news organizations are talking about it. But yet they chose not to, you know, they chose to say that there are rumors, while he responded to the rumors. When someone wrote on social media that President Kiir has died, he came out and he spoke. And when we say in our forum 2018 that President Kiir is not fit mentally and physically because of health to lead the nation, former press secretary came out and responded, and he said President Kiir is healthy and he's fit to lead the nation. And all these are allegations, they are lies. So you wonder what's going on. Continue, Dengi.
The issue of the health of the president is a serious matter. Some people are saying that these are allegations against the president, but they are not. And Jonko has mentioned a very good point. The entire government went silent after the shocking video was leaked and posted on social media. J1 could not write a statement to clarify to the public that this, what happened, is not true. They could not do this. At least they should have issued a statement to tell the public that this one did not happen. But they cannot do it because they know it is true. When President Kiir said that people are fighting in Upper Nile silent. I cannot stop them. Madam Press Secretary, the newly appointed Press Secretary, issued a statement on the 7th of December.
Yes.
On Wednesday, the 7th of December, saying that the president was taken out of the context and he didn't mean it that way.
Yes.
But when these things happen, Madam newly appointed Press Secretary could not issue a statement because it was true. But we thank two people for speaking up.
Okay.
Madam Udeng Aichwil, who issued a statement confirming the event, and General Salva Matongendi, who is actually a member. Yes, Salva Matongendi, who is actually a member of the first family, because he's an in-law to President Kiir. He talked in a video. And he even went back to recall the history of President Kiir, that this man is indeed sick, that this man is suffering from the impact of some incidents which happened to him in the 1990s. He recalled in the video that President Kiir fall down with a plane, and that one has actually affected him. The man admitted that the president was sick, but we have some government supporters on social media denying this fact, and they call it allegations. I really wonder, do they understand the meaning of the word allegations? Allegation means claims.
Yes.
Claims that are said that something is so when it is not really that way. But this one are not claimed. This video is an evidence. The video of Salva Matok is an evidence. The fact that the government is silent and quiet over this matter is an evidence. The fact that the medical team of the president could not issue a press release that the president is in good health, and that we have checked him and we found that he is doing okay. The fact that the medical team did not issue such a statement is a confirmation that the president is indeed sick. And so people should not be joking, and people should not be saying something which they know it is not true, and then they insist to say it. In the month of December also, the government made a very strange decision. That is the sending of more than 750 soldiers of the SSPDF to the Democratic Republic of Congo for a peacekeeping mission in the eastern part of the country, in the town of Goma. That was very strange. And the government was making the preparations for sending the soldiers at the time when Upper Nile was bleeding and people were dying in the Sholo Kingdom and in the heart of Nuerland. And the president said he cannot stop them. Very strange. What kind of peace can you keep in your neighbor's house while you cannot keep it in your own house? What kind of peace can you keep in the East African region when you cannot keep it in your own territory, the Republic of South Sudan? What kind of good image do you want your country to be seen in the East African region when this image is not seen internally? These are some logical questions we ask the government. And we said it clearly that we are not against our country participating in peacekeeping mission in the neighboring countries. But this is not the right time for it. We have our own internal issues. We are suffering. We are dying. We are killing ourselves. Communities are fighting against each other. We ought to stop this first. We ought to put our house in order first. And after that, then we can go and help our neighbors. We can go to Congo and rescue them from the destruction and havoc which is being caused by M23 rebels in Congo. But this one did not happen. The government supporters here on the media are silent over this issue. They did not talk about it because they know 100% that we are true on this matter. But when it came to the issue of the health of the president, they were busy talking about this, calling it allegations, when they know that this is a reality. So you guys, the future will condemn you if you don't repent. So repent and be a good citizen of our country in the future. Another thing, in the month of December, President Salva Kiir Mayardit made a very strange speech in St. Teresa Cathedral on Sunday, December 25, 2022, during the Christmas day.
And I would like to put that statement
He was
up
given
actually.
a chance. Yes, you can play it. I will make my comment on it after that.
I'm not coming to give you a speech. My people, I'm not coming to give you a speech, but just to greet you. Salam alaikum. I have been absent from the church for some time, not because I don't want to pray in this church, but because there were elements in the cathedral. Whenever I come, they talk and بطريقة ما بليق بمقام بتاعي نكون هنا. But I have forgiven them. You all know that I'm the leader of the SPLM and SPLA. We fought the war of liberation with all our hearts and all our commitments until we liberated the country and we raised our own flag. It is now years from the independence of South Sudan. But نحن في SPLM SPLA العمل حاجة كويس إنه جاب freedom للناس. We went back again and fought among ourselves, something that increased our sufferings and we have been condemned by the whole world because there was no reason liberating the country and then turn the same guns against ourselves. I want to tell you today that I have forgiven Dr. Riek Machar, who has been fighting me since 1991. It will be up to him to apologize to the nation, or he doesn't. But I have forgiven him, and I have to.
Something that, if you don't mind, let me just jump up. I have 2 points to make here. First of all, does President Kiir understand the faith? Do you go to the church to pray to God? Or you go to compliment people? We understand that you go to pray. That's what it is. So I fail to understand. President Kiir want to go to the church and he wanted to stop the pastor or a bishop from giving a sermon, from giving a sermon talking to the people about the bad thing and good thing, from talking about the society, our society is going wrong, and this should have been happening, this should have been done this way. This is what the pastors are saying, because pastors are the people that give sermon at the church, the prayers, they do was. That's what they do. So I think Salva Kiir Mayardit has a conflict with himself. He has a conflict with himself. By saying that he is forgiving them, he should forgive himself, because he has a conflict with himself. He should start with himself to forgive himself, actually. Other people are the ones that actually need to forgive him, not him to forgive them, because they haven't done anything wrong to him. They are about doing their business, the right thing to be done, because we have to speak the truth. Jesus said, tell the truth, and the truth will liberate you. That's what the bishop said at the church. They are not saying anything wrong. They are telling the truth. So you want people of the church, just not to tell the truth? You want them to say wrong thing, to say, oh, yeah, you are doing good and you are doing wrong? That will be a sin in a Christianity faith, because that actually being a complicit, you don't want to tell the truth. And that's again the faith. And that's why I asked the question, is he really faithful? Does he understand the Christianity faith? So President Kiir actually, he's addressing it straightforward when he said elements. And I'm so sad to hear President saying element at the church, calling pastors and those preachers elements. Actually, he directed his message to Santo Laco, because we know he is the most vocal bishop that is speak about the issue of the country. He talk about injustice. He talk about human rights violation. He talk about all these bad things that are happening in the country. And that's his role to talk. Ya Jama, don't do bad thing. Ya Jama, do good thing. So President Kiir...
يا جونكور إذا أنت قاعد تتكلم تقول الناس ما صرفوا المرتبات لمدة 6 شهور، إذا أنت قاعد تتكلم تقول يا أخي المستشفى ما فيها خدمات والناس تعبانين زي insecurity، ده خطيئة عشان كده يمشي يقول يا أخي أنا I forgive them.
ده ما خطيئة. If you are talking about hospital, about treating the مرضى والسالري بتاع الناس، ويكون في شارع نظيف وناس يعيش في سلام وقيام وما يكون في حرب في البلد، ده ما خطيئة.
ده هم ما قالوا أكثر من كده. هم دائما قاعدين يتكلموا عن الوضع الإنساني اللي وصلت لها جنوب السودان كرجال دين، وده من حقهم، عندهم الحامي بتاعت الحرية يتكلموا عن الكلام ده. ما في حاجة بيمنع إنه نفاسر ما يتكلم في أحوال المواطن ما تعبان، مواطن جيعان، وهو لازم يتكلم عن أحوال المواطنين. لكن كير بيقول ده خطيئة. He was wrong actually.
Yeah. And he felt like he has been attacked when he go to church. But actually, he has been given good advice. You know, Mr. President, there is no way we can go to the J1 and knock the door and give you advice, because we will be pushed away by your presidential guard. But we are giving advice here at church. Since you come to pray and you are a believer, take it from here. Anyone coming to the church will take that. So why is it personal? Why not just taking the good and go and do the right thing? Why is it? نقطة ثانية داير أذكره الكلام ده. I am so troubled يا أستاذ عبد الله قرن. I'm so troubled. أنا ما لقيت إنسان زي ده في الدنيا كله. يعني الناس يقولوا ده غلط وهو يتحسس إنه مثلا why you should tell me that ده غلط وده غلط أصلا. Okay. النقطة الثانية I want to make point. أتراي زي ما بقول بالبسيط أتراي يعني زي كلام كنا بنقول مين 2015 2018 2000 كنا قاعدين نقول يا this guy زي ما كنا كان في أديس أبابا قال President Kiir will never work with Dr. Young Machar. You remember? He will never work with Dr. Young Machar. That means Kiir actually indicate Young Machar for a very, very, very long time. Despite the fact that they signed peace agreement, in Juba, 2015. They signed agreement in Khartoum. Actually, he is so bitter, and he has shown to the people of South Sudan, actually. and I forgive him. يعني بمعنى كان عنده مشكلة كبير مع رياض مشار all the طوال this year. What is this? What do you make of this? You sign peace deal with somebody, you are going to work together, and تيجي تقول لي أنا عفيته. زول معك في حكومة ولسه قاعد يتكلم عنه. You share. I feel that characteristic.
Jankor, take the example of John McCain, Hillary Clinton with Obama. شوف كانوا كيف أيام الانتخابات وفي النهاية العلاقة دي انتهت كيف. ليه كير لسه يعني كل مرة بيقول أنا I forgive. ذاته اللغة ده ذاته is not peaceful language actually.
It's not peaceful أستاذ عبد الله. وأنا بصراحة أنا مستغرب من هو why he see himself he's Mr. Right while people are dying and while there is corruption and why there is so many bad things. ولما الناس يتكلم عن الإنسانية أخذ راجل كبير والإنسانية وده هو نفس الإنسان بيقتل الناس، ده هو نفس الإنسان بيودي الناس سجون، وده هو نفس الناس بخلي الناس ما يصرفوا مرتباتهم. الإنسانية وينو من هذا الباب. إذا كان أنت تمشي الكنيسة وتقول يا أخي there is elements يعني أنت تمشي الكنيسة وتقول لك موسيقى وما تكون زي مؤمن وناس ما يتكلم عن أشياء البطالة اللي بيحصل. No, it's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. And actually he رسالة بتاعته موصل لبيشوب سانتو لاكو. That's what it is. Because that's the most vocal, bishop that I know of. It spoke about the suffering of the people of South Sudan. So أنا ما قاعد نجي كنيسة هنا because there are some elements أنا لما نجي كنيسة they just start talking about me. They are not talking about you. They are talking about all the universe, whatever happening. And if you see yourself that you are making wrong, خلاص احترب يا أخي، توب يا أخي. لكن هو ما بيتوب. ويجي يقول يا أخي we created war هنا ياو ما كنا متمنين نجي to turn guns ourselves. منو ياو create war ما ده انتظارك. You should. I come to conclusion that شخصية كير مياديد عنده conflict with himself. هو لازم يصالح مع نفسه. لو صالح مع نفسه هو هيقدم استقالته. لو صالح مع نفسه. لكن يا ريت هو ما يقدر يصالح مع نفسه. لانه خلاص he's very selective. He wanted to hear when he wanted to hear. He didn't want to hear this. He just wanted to hear what he wanted to hear. That's what it is. أستاذ عبد الله أنا بخلي دنجدي يكمل وأنت تختم بالسمري. أستاذ دنجدي تفضل. مواضيع كثيرة جدا حول هذا الستيتمنت يعني. تفضل.
Thank you. The struggle continues. The speech of President Kiir in St. Teresa Cathedral on Sunday of December 25th, 2022 is a speech that needs to be analyzed, ladies and gentlemen in the room. Because he began the speech by saying that, my people, I'm not here to give you a speech, but I'm coming to greet you, salam alaikum. That is the beginning of the speech. And then, number two, he explained to those who were worshiping in the church that I have been away from this church, not because I don't want to pray here. And in fact, President Kiir has been away from Qatar St. Teresa Cathedral since the last half of the year 2019. So it is almost 3 years since he stopped or since he ceased going to Qatar to pray. Because that is his favorite church. And even when I was in Juba, we used to see him every Sunday and even on Christmas days. And we always record his message for our newspapers. So he boycotted the church, or he ceased to go to the church. Let me use the civil language. He ceased to go to the church because he's not happy with the leaders of the church. So when he said that I have been away from the church for some time, not because I don't want to pray, that is not true. He has been away from the church because he doesn't want to pray in the church.
No. Yeah.
And so when he said I was away not because I want to pray in the church, in this church, he's trying to justify the fact that he has been away from the church. He is trying to deny it. But those who can understand words can analyze and understand. The second point, he said there were elements in the church. Whenever I come, they talk in a way that does not match with my position as a leader of this country. That's what he said. And you're right, Brother Jonkur, the elements he meant are two people in the church.
Yes.
Number one, late Bishop
Paulino
Lukudu Loro. He was a tough guy on President Kiir. He would tell President Kiir wrong things that he does in the government. The guy never kept quiet. Paulino Loro Lukudu. But he passed away in Nairobi in 2020. When the corona came, the guy passed away quietly and he was brought back and buried in Juba. So that is actually one of the elements the president named, but he died, he passed away. But one element is still alive. That is the auxiliary bishop, Santo Pio Laku. He's still alive. And as he said, he's always vocal on the issues of South Sudan. So President Kiir took the matter personal with these two bishops. And he decided, therefore, to stay away from the church because he was hurt by what they said to him. But my analysis is this. Those bishops are right in what they said. Why? Because the leadership of President Kiir in the country has frustrated all the people of South Sudan, including the members of the cleric or the bishops in the church. The general situation of the country is frustrating to children, to women, to young men, to the adults, to the elders, to the cleric. And that's why the religious people are speaking. If President Kiir does not want members of the clerics or the priests to speak about the...
There is echo, Brother Jonkur. I don't know from which side.
His leadership.
I don't have echo.
And automatically those religious leaders would have nothing to talk about. That is the best way to stop them. Not stopping going to the church, to pray in the church. And so you are right that the man is actually hard on himself. He's in conflict with himself. He cannot forgive himself so that he can forgive others. And so he used a political language referring to the religious leaders as elements. It's a political language.
Yeah, that's really bad.
So in other words, he wants to say that there are elements of opposition in this church that come and talks against me.
Correct.
He wants actually to say that there are rebels within this church that whenever I come, they talk in a way that is not matching with my regime. He was actually saying that there are people tabur khamis fi kanisa da. Lakin he used the word element. Element there is a political word, a political language. That is the matter. That is the matter, because the regime is being criticized by everybody, including the religious leaders in the churches. We are all tired and sick of this regime. Santo Pio Lakuda, Kalamu Masmu, in one of his audios, which was circulated on social media, Magalinu Gisabta Junub Sudan Zajan Algan Labu Finji Luka, Adini Hajat Betai. أي حاجة فاد لبلد تاني ماشي خرب حاجات ده كله في النهاية لما فلس جراج الأبو ويستخدم القصة بتاع إنجيل ده عشان يوصفوه الوضع في ساوث السودان إنه الجنوبيين قالوا للسودان يا أخي أنتم ما كويسين يا جلابة. We want our own state. لما لقينا our own state we mess it up like that boy in the gospel in Luke chapter 15. So he was right. President Kiir measures among elements. The use of the word elements is a way to incriminate the religious leaders, that they are traitors, that they are against the regime. This is how it can be analyzed. And the people of South Sudan should understand it. The fact that he said, I have forgiven them, is a lie. He did not forgive them.
Right.
Because if you have forgiven them, you would not even mention them.
Mm-hmm.
You would not mention them. You would not go to the church and tell the
Congregation,
the faithful one, the faithful one or the congregation, that I have forgiven them. And at the same time, you tell the people that they talk in a way that does not respect me as a leader of the country. What the hell are you talking about? You are the one who made yourself disrespected by everybody.
The Arabs have done
Because of your bad leadership in the country. It has to be very clear. Point number 3. He talked about Dr. Riek Machar Dorgwon. He started by saying that you all know I'm the leader of the SPLM, SPLA. And we led the war of liberation, we liberated the country. But after the country was liberated, we turned the same gun we were using against the enemy against ourselves. And we are now fighting ourselves. You are the champion of that fighting. You are the leader of that fighting. You had powers to stop it in 2013 when it was happening, but you decided to go for it and kill your own people. In the first place, you have to be blamed. Then react second, because you are the leader of the country. Riek was your deputy. And I told you earlier that, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you hear President Kiir mentioning 1991, make sure that war is coming. He mentioned it. God, Dr. Riek has been fighting against me since 1991, but I have forgiven him. There is no forgiveness. This is another lie in the speech. Because have you forgiven Dr. Riek, you would not even mention it in front of the people.
yes.
You would forgive him and keep quiet. Only God in heaven would know that you have forgiven him. But the fact that he's telling the believers that he has forgiven Dr. Riek is another way of telling that I'm still having some problem with Dr. Riek because he has been fighting this since 1991. That's how it can be interpreted. We understand political language, ya Jama. We understand everything. So the man is in conflict with himself. He cannot forgive himself, and he cannot forgive others.
Yep.
That is the matter. It's very clear. It's very clear. We are supposed to do development. We Western Equatoria. This is all lie. The man has never been for development of South Sudan. Had he been for the development of South Sudan, he would have done it since the time he took over after the death of Dr. John Garandamabio.
And actually, with that, Ustaz Dengi,
For all these years, all these 17 years, no development. Only death, only suffering in the country. Yes, Jonko.
with that, I would like to play a clip. Dr. Lamakol was interviewed with SAS, as SSB TV anchor about why there is no development, because now we are an independent nation. Even before we become an independent nation, we used to be in charge of our money, a lot of money in billions. Why would you not use all these things? And I want people of South Sudan to listen. The blame game that used to happen, what happened with that? Just watch and listen.
They have denied us development, saying that the Arabs have done this. They have denied us development. They have not built roads. The Arabs were keeping money in Khartoum. It was not being sent to us. You know, the Arabs have not opened enough schools. They kept us backward. The Arabs were not giving us medicines. We fell sick, and many of our people died. And all this is what we were saying. This is what we were fighting against. What did we do when we took power? Right from 2005, We didn't have problem with the money. You know, our budget was in billions of dollars. You know, most of the decisions are decided in Juba, not in Khartoum, like when it was during the regional government from 72 to 83. So we didn't lack all those things. What was lacking was a program of how do we serve the people and the people to do that. Our ministers became busy enriching themselves, you know. Corruption became the key word in our country. Nobody will deny that. And then some of the slogans, some of the things that we were fighting against, we began to practice the things we didn't like with the Arabs in the north. We began to do so. Practically, the common man was amazed. He was surprised that did we need 22 years to fight simply just to replace.
Yeah, you have it, Ustaz Dengit. The blame game that we used to do, yes, we did it. Now we are in charge of ourselves. We are in charge of our affairs. Since 2005, we have the budget in billions of dollars, not millions, in billions of dollars. And yet, we did not do anything. Ustaz Dengit, I felt I should add that statement, and then you continue on. I hope Ustaz Abdullah will come back as well. Go ahead.
Thank you for playing the video of interview of Dr. Lamakwa. I think he said it all. He said it all, the problem, the mismanagement. He's actually talking about the mismanagement which has been happening in the country, the corruption which has been happening in the country, the war, civil war. We are fighting one another, killing ourselves. And all the arguments we have been saying against Jalaba, that we were fighting against Jalaba because of 1, 2, 3. But after we took power, what did we do? He said it all. And those who have listened to the video can judge now. That is the leadership of President Kiir. It is a leadership that has made all South Sudanese, small, elders, the big one, including the cleric, all frustrated, and they are all talking against him. So when he said that there are some elements, he was actually declaring them as rebels. That is it. That is how it can be understood in the political context. He was actually saying that they were rebels in this church. That's why I stopped coming to the church. That's the meaning. Yes. So what President Kiir said in that speech, he lied. He lied publicly in front of the people. And I really wonder, people were applauding him. The people in the church were clapping their hands for him. Anyway, I don't want to blame the people. They are innocent. But there is nothing he said is worth their applause at all. Now, there are 2 more points to conclude.
But also
in the same month of December.
So I can tell from the voice of President, he almost cried from the beginning when he started talking. My people, I come here not to give a speech. He didn't do it like the way it just like break up. It was, you know, it was breaking up in his tone. I don't know. Is that the health issues? What's going on with that? You can tell that he was breaking up so badly from the beginning. You know, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you for reminding me about this point. You know, there is something called analysis of the video.
Yes.
That video you played, people can analyze it, and they can analyze what we call body language. When somebody is speaking, you can analyze his body language and you can reach certain conclusion. We confirm here that President Kiir is sick. There is no dispute about that.
Yes.
Right from the beginning of the video, when you play the video right from the beginning, the way he is speaking, and if you look at his eyes, first of all, his face is swollen. That's number 1. Number 2, the size of his eyes is bigger than usual. Number 3, the tone of his voice is not natural. Number 4, he is speaking forcefully, or in other words, he is forcing himself to speak because he is suffering from internal impact of the disease that he is battling. And so at the beginning of the video, just play the beginning. Play it at the beginning. The first 3 words, play it. Let's hear it again.
Okay.
My people, I'm not coming. My people, I'm not coming to give you a speech.
Right there, you can hear right there. President is breaking up. It's like you wanted to cry. Something happening. Something happening. You know, something.
My people, I'm not coming to give you a speech, but just to greet you. Salam alaikum.
For those of you who can analyze the voice of Kir and compare his voice here with his voice in the video which was played earlier, the video in which he was talking about the Murle. Compare it with other videos.
Correct.
6 months back, 7 months back, or 2 years back, you will see the difference. Here he was speaking, and the internal impact of the disease that he is battling has actually had a great impact on the tone of his voice. And so when he said, my people, he doesn't sound well here. And you can judge. This is the analysis based on body language. We're analyzing the body language. For those of you who saw the video, you can look straight into his eyes. You can look straight into his hand when he raised up his hand like this.
Correct.
His hand is shaking. He's not okay. لكن طبعا هو زول عسكري قلبه قلب بتاع عسكري يعني عسكري can force himself يعمل أي حاجة. Okay, President Kiir of course is a soldier and he has got the heart of a soldier. He has a high courage. He's forcing himself to speak when his physical fitness is not in his favor to allow him to speak. فده حاجات واضحة شديد. Those who watch the video, go and watch it again, analyze it the way we said. Number 5, there are a lot of pauses. He pauses a lot as he speaks. And think about the words he wants to use, and he mixes up Arabic and English, especially when he said there are elements in the church. Whenever I come to the church, they talk, and then he pauses for a while, thinking of how to put it, and then he said it in Arabic. These are some analysis you can do on the video. You see? فالفيديو ده بيأكد إنه زول ده عيان أصلاً. الفيديو ده بيأكد إنه عيان والسبورترز بتاع الجوفرمنت قبل كم يوم كان قاعد بيشغل الفيديو ده بيقول يا هودا he is healthy and he is fit, he can lead the nation.
They are even saying that he's not wearing a hat. They are even saying that he's not wearing a hat. I don't know, Ya Rabbi, al-Hadda. Ya can be able to cover the disease.
President Kiir is a Catholic believer. When he goes to the church, هو بيطلع طاقية من راسه احتراما لشنو؟ للمكان المقدس.
نعم.
Or when he's meeting religious leaders, هو بيطلع طاقية من راسه. ده حاجة معروف هو ملتزم به شديد. ده عشان كده هو طلع طاقية من راسه لأنه ما بخش به في كنيسة. ما يا جونكور. When you are showing respect to somebody, what do you say? You say hats off, right?
Yes.
You say hat off.
Mm-hmm.
So when he is going to the church, his hat is off to show respect for the holy sanctuary, the holy place that he's in. When he's meeting the religious leaders, he does the same thing. كويس؟ فكلام بتاع انه طاقية ما في راسه كدلالة على انه هو he's healthy. This is the wrong interpretation. هو ما لابس ما خدت طاقية في راسه عشان يوري الناس انه he is healthy. هو بس ما بيخد طاقية في راسه لما يكون في المعبد او في
في مكان العباده احتراما للمكان المقدس واحتراما لربنا. ده الحاجه اللي هو قاعد يعملوا يعني. فده حجه ضعيفه شديد. Yes, I have 2 more points to conclude.
Go ahead.
Point number 1: in the same month of December, the people of South Sudan wake up to read about and listen to a very notorious statement made by a politician, a prominent politician, a top official in the government. On Sunday, December 18, 2022, General Kwalmanyang Juk Chao made a very strange statement. He said that the suffering which is happening in the country cannot be blamed on the SPLM, because it is a prophecy prophesied in the Holy Bible long time ago by Prophet Isaiah. And you know, the people of Sudan are fond of quoting Isaiah 18 as a prophecy which was fulfilled on the Sudan, that God shall punish Sudan. And so General Kwal made a statement that South Sudanese will never forget in the year 2022 at the closing of the year, on Sunday, December 18, 22. He said this one in a social function which was organized in honor of Stephen Liu Dao after his recent appointment into the SPLM. This is one of the most notorious statements ever made by a politician in South Sudan. And Kwalmanyang was actually laughing at the people of South Sudan. He was actually mocking the people of South Sudan. They had caused the suffering that the people of South Sudan are paying its price today. And when the people of South Sudan did not react against them, he went on to tell them that this is a prophecy. Your suffering is a prophecy. It is in the Bible. Don't blame us, the SPLM. When he said in March 2021 that we have destroyed the country, the little which was left by the war, we came and destroyed it. And he told President Kiir, let us go home. We are now older. Let us leave the country for the young blood. In 2022, he said, rule the country for your life. After that statement, he never stopped. He went on to tell the people of South Sudan, your suffering is not the making of the SPLM. It is a prophecy in the Bible. God has cursed you. God is punishing you. Die and don't blame us. This is God doing it.
Yeah.
I wonder whether God was at Nyakuru Cultural Center on the 14th and on the 15th of December. I wonder whether God was the one holding the AK-47, killing the Nuer in Juba. I wonder whether it was God that was killing people in Bor. I wonder whether it was Jesus Christ that was killing people in Panyikang, in Pashoda. I wonder whether it is Jesus Christ that was killing people in what was called as the dogfight in J1. Was that God? Was it not the SPLM? Guys, these people are playing with us. They are playing with our mind. They are playing with our dignity and our integrity as a people. And therefore, the people of South Sudan ought to rise up against these guys. Because they are laughing at us. They are mocking us. They are looking at us as people who are foolish, telling us that it is God punishing you, shifting the blame away from the SPLM to God in heaven. This is even blasphemous by biblical standard. How come you blame God for the suffering you have caused in the SPLM? This is mischievous. This is dishonest. It has reflected Paul as a man that has no principle, that a man that has fallen short of the glory of the people of the Republic of South Sudan. He has gone down in the history as a politician who blamed their failure to manage a state on God. God is innocent, my people. God, in his glory, in heaven, in his majestic glory, cannot be blamed.
for the thing that a human being is causing down here on earth. No, we cannot accept that. Religion cannot be used to fool those who believe in God. We all believe in God, but we cannot allow you to use the religion in order to fool us. Never, we shall not allow this. It is your own making. You are the one who killed us. You are the one who destroyed the country. You are the one who brought this economic meltdown. You are the one who introduced the unknown gunmen to the society of South Sudanese. You are the one who introduced the extrajudicial killing to the society of South Sudanese. You are the one who introduced rape to the society of South Sudanese. You are responsible. You are condemned in history. He is even not matching with President Kiir. President Kiir said in his speech in the church that we turn our guns against ourselves and we are fighting and we've been condemned by the whole world. Okay. Been condemned by the whole world. He means the SPLM.
Yes.
So Kwal Manyang is telling us that the SPLM is not condemned. SPLM is not to be blamed.
While the president
Very
said
wrong.
no.
The president said we have been condemned by the whole world, meaning the SPLM. Kalam Farik Shadid. Okay, the last point. On December, it was on Saturday, December 24th. President William Ruto, President...
Excellency, you are currently campaigning in the Lake State, if I understand. Lake State. Now,
okay. Go ahead.
Continue. You can play that one. I will make my comments.
Yeah, that one actually, the reason I wanted to play that the healthy Kirmayar campaigning in Rumbek with the healthy voice, not the one that say that I don't know which page are you talking about, or Murtajif, Fil Kanisa. So that's why I want people to compare, the voice of Kirmayar that was campaigning, the voice of Kirmayar that is sick and unable and is unfit to lead the nation.
impression regarding the reception of the people of these states? That's the first question. Your Excellency, you are currently campaigning in the Lake State, if I understand. Lake State. Now, what are your impressions regarding the reception of the people of these states? That's the first question I would like to ask.
Well, of course, as you have seen in the morning, the reception was huge and everybody came out. And it is not just a reception, but it is the demonstration of the people of this state that stand behind the SPLM, because it is the SPLM which is the main party which actually fought the war and negotiated peace agreement.
And while we have you here today, we cannot avoid asking this question. We want to understand the reason behind the fact that the Politburo or the SPM decided to withdraw Mr. Yasser Arman as a candidate during the general elections.
The SPLM political bureau decided to withdraw Yasser from the presidential race because the elections are not actually going to be free and fair. Although Yasser would have done very well winning the seat, we decided to actually to pull out Yasser because the National Congress Party has already gone in for rigging, and they have actually rigged the elections since 2008 during the population census exercise, and then again in the registration for of the voters, and many things that are happening even today. They are still registering voters when it has already been closed, and so we thought that there was really nothing that could be done more than that, but just a rubber stamp that you can give President Bashir a mandate or the legitimacy which he doesn't deserve.
But don't you fear that the fact that you have withdrawn Mr. Yasser, you have one supporting the northern political parties who asked for the postponement of the elections, and then there is a fear that you might return to the civil war that took place, that ended in 2005?
No, we are not supporting the the political parties that call for postponement of elections. We don't want elections to be postponed because we have a referendum in Southern Sudan in January 2011. That cannot be avoided, and we cannot afford not to go for elections. So this is a different thing. The people who are calling for the postponement of elections or for the boycott of the elections are different people. What we have done is only to withdraw Yasser from the presidential race, but our SPLM, the party, is still contesting elections in northern Sudan, starting from the governors downwards, and then the National Assembly and everything. All the structures, they are being contested at different levels. It is only the presidential race which we have withdrawn Yasser from. We have said that the elections in Darfur should be the only elections to be postponed. The elections in Darfur, because there is emergency which has not been lifted. The state of emergency is still in Darfur. The security is not up to date. And the people of Darfur themselves, they say they only want peace, not elections. You bring peace first to Darfur, and then you come for elections.
All right. Thank
you. Now, this is him.
I have been absent from the church for some time. Not because my people, I'm not coming to give you a speech, but just to greet you.
Anyway, something that I want you to continue. So I wanted people to know, to make a contrast between a healthy Salva Kiir Mayar and a sick old man Salva Kiir Mayar who cannot lead the country, okay, in this time. I want people, to determine that and make a contrast. And that's why I play all this, people to understand. Yes, now he has more pause when he's speaking, but before it doesn't have pauses. He speaks eloquently and faster. That's what we know. But right now, no, that's not the case because he's sick. And that sickness make him to be unable to speak. His speech has a lot of problem. Cannot read, fast enough. Even when he gave a New Year speech, if I play it here, you guys are going to be bored so bad, So go ahead. Something that we have spent a great amount of time, and so I can give Ustad Abdullah Garang to conclude here, and then we move on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Yomkur, for playing the two videos so that we can compare the voice of Kiir, who is sick, and his voice when he was healthy. Yes. That was back in April or May 2010.
Yes.
He was campaigning for the position of the president of the government of Southern Sudan. And you can see in the video, he's very healthy. And he's speaking easily, and his English fluency is even very clear.
Yeah.
By the way, the guy speaks very good English.
He
knows English very well.
He does.
Yeah. But nowadays, his English is even deteriorating with the deterioration of his health.
Yeah. The English corrupted right now.
Yeah, English because that انتهى. يعني هو زول بيتكلم انجليزي نظيف جدا لانه درسه في المدرسه كويس. لكن مع المرض انجليزي ذاته انتهى منه. يدو ورقه يقرا بصعوبه. ها؟
I know.
يتكلم قدام ناس بيقوم بلخبط. يدخل جزء بعربي ويدخل انجليزي. So that انه الكلام اللي بيقوله ده. ها؟ ده منو ما بيعرف طريقه بتاعت كلام كير في ساوث سودان. These are all issues that health. So the comparison between the videos is very simple. The tone of his voice when he was campaigning in 2010 in Rumbek, the tone of his voice is natural and he speaks very easily. In the second video, the tone of his voice is not natural and he's forcing himself to speak. He's not speaking naturally. Okay? His English is excellent in that one of 2010, that one of the campaign. And his English in the second one is deteriorating. ليه؟ لأنه ذاكرة بتاعه الذاكره بقى تعبانه يا جماعه. ما language ده قاعد يكون مخزون في راسك. The terminologies of the language and the structure of the sentences is stored in your mind. When you are healthy in your mind, the speech come out very well organized. الجرامر ما قاعد في راس كله. لكن when you are sick, you are not mentally and physically okay. grammar زاد بيلخبط، كلام ما بيطلع منظم كده. This is what is happening يا جماعة يا جنوبين. This should be understood. We are not making joke of him, but we are telling the truth. We are analyzing his body language and all this. فربنا يشفيه يعني. نحن كمان ما ضده لأنه ما في شماتة في المرض. ربنا يشفيه. لكن بس نحن قلناه إنه هو he should step down لأنه خلاص he's tired. لكن طبعا هو عسكري وقلبه قوي. قلوب بتاع عساكر you know. قلب بتاع عسكري ده قلب يعني قوي. في قصه كده قصيره لافي في السوشيال ميديا بكون قريته.
نعم.
في واحد عسكري زميله فات شكله عشان يمشي يشاكل، وهو فضل في المعسكر مع القائد بتاعه. العساكر المشوا هرب جو راجعين كله وصاحبه ما جاء. 3 ساعات صاحبه ما جاء. مشى للقائد بتاعه قال له ادينيزم نمشي في أرض المعركة. قالوا لي أنت ماشي هناك. قال عندي زميلي مشى المعركة وما جاء راجع وناس كله 3 ساعات وما جاء. قالوا يا أخي زول ميت يا أخي. هو خلاص ما مات طالما الناس كله جو وما جاء. أنت مالك معه ما تمشي. المهم الجندي ده ما سمع كلام القائد بتاعه، مشى سرق نفسه بالراحة مشى. بعد ما وصل أرض المعركة ليه صاحبه ده لقاه تهب مضروب وخلاص هو في اللحظات الأخيرة عشان يموت. وصل وحضنه كويس وتكلم معه شوية. الزول ده بس قال له كلمتين. قال له أنا كنت عارف أنت هتجي. وبعد كده مات. فارق الروح فارق الجسد. وقام رفع الجسد جابه المعسكر. لما القائد بتاعه شافه كده قال له يا أخي أنت مالك زول ما بتسمع كلام. مش أنا قلت لك قبل ما تمشي زول ده ميت. الزول ده رد للقائد بتاعه قال له أنت عارف أنا مشيت ولهبته مضروب تهب ونزف شديد وقدر يقول لي كلمتين وبعد ذاك مات. قال لي أنا كنت عارف أنت هتجي.
نعم.
أنا حكيت قصة ده ليه؟ أنا حكيت قصة ده عشان نوريكم قلب بتاع زول عسكري كيف. كويس؟ قلب بتاع عسكري اللي ضربه ده والعسكري اللي مشى جاب زميله. It is the same heart عنده سلفكير مع عسكري يا جماعة. ما هيستسلم للمرض نهائي. ده الحاجة اللي احنا شايفينه هسه. والله في معلومات بتاع انه he would like to step down. كويس؟ لكن ده يمكن ده سيناريو. زول ده قلبه قوي وهيظل يقف قدام ناس. ممكن بعد كده يجينا فضيحة تاني يقع قدام ناس ومشاكل تاني. That's why we said he should step aside. شفت في تخريج هو خرج الجيش الماشي لكونغو ده. انت عارف حاصل شنو؟ هو واقف في المنبر وهو شايل عصايه في يده. يلا هو بيركن العصايه كده على المنبر ويمسك في المنبر عشان يقدر يجيب. وانجلينا قاعد جنبه. انجلينا وزيره بتاع الدفاع في الفيديو بتاع التخريج بتاع القوات الماشي لكونغو.
واو.
هو داير يكلم سانتينو ديمول ولا بانويا كورا جنبه. بانويا ولا السكرتير الخاص عشان يزيه من المنبر مسك عصايه كده عشان يثبت بيه نفسه. ونادى سانتينو ديمول قام بانويا كور جليو. كويس؟ لانه بان عنده كلام داير يقولوا له. بعد كده قالوا له كلام كده فاضانه وبعد كده ركن العصايه مع المنبر اللي هو قاعد يتكلم فوق ومسك المنبر بيدين عشان شنو يقدر يجيب. لانه ما قادر يجيب. دي كل المناظر اللي احنا شايفينها في الفيديوهات. الزول بيشوف كلامي ده ما صح. Go and see the video. Watch the video very carefully. You will see this. والناس بتاع سلاح موسيقى بيدقوا لهم موسيقى بعد كل دقيقتين ثلاثه عشان شنو ما يتعب الرئيس ما يرهقوا بالكلام الكثير. كويس؟ في النهايه قال ايه هو ومن هناك طوال قال لي ديمول قال يا سي دي اف تيك اوفر ومشى قاعد ده كله حاجات احنا شايفينه يا جماعه. ده كله حاجات واضحه. اوكي the last point. الرئيس الكيني ويليام ساموي روتو اصدر بيان يوم السبت 24 ديسمبر 2022. في البيان بتاعه يتكلم عن الوضع الماشي في البلد بتاعنا. President William Ruto actually talked about the ongoing situation in the country. He mentioned in the statement, and you know, when I saw the statement, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was not a true statement. Do you know what I did? Because I am following him on Twitter, I went to his page, and I searched the page. I got the very statement I received via WhatsApp. And then I made sure that, okay, this statement is actually from President Ruto of Kenya. Because the statement is posted on his Twitter account with the pictures of some a system that was sent to South Sudan. President Ruto actually said that South Sudan is falling apart. The peace partners are fighting against themselves. They are back to their political differences, and he called on the international community to intervene.
Yep.
So that the country is rescued.
This is the road.
And to stand with the suffering people of South Sudan, he sent some assistance to the suffering people. Nazal Gadin في مالود عندنا 30,000. 30,000 يا جونكور ناس جعانين ما عندهم أكل. التردم بالحرب الأخير ده في شولولان وفي في اراضي بتاع النوير ده ناس تعبانين. ويليام روتو رسل كويس. ده حصل الوضع بتاع البلد بتاعتنا. اوكي في روايات سياسيه ثانيه انه ويليام روتو اصدر البيان ده لاسباب ثانيه، لكن ده في رايي ده نظر بتاع حكومه انه الحكومه في جوبا ربطت علاقات مع اثيوبيا وجيبوتي. When there are alternative pipelines from the oil field in Upper Nile through Ethiopia all the way to Djibouti. And those who have been following the news very closely, Tabandengai, the vice president, paid a visit to Djibouti twice, and he met the Djiboutian president, Ismail Omar Gela. That visit was not out of the blue. It was for this issue. So the government is also creating the pipelines from Upper Nile into Ethiopia and from Ethiopia to Djibouti. لأنه كينيا ده بقى متابع حكومة بتاع جوبا والخرطوم. متابع حكومة بتاع جوبا. لأنه all South Sudanese receive their goods through the Mombasa port. العربات بتاعت فييت ده بيشتري حكومه كتير، وعربيه واحده عشان ينوم في البورت يوم واحد يدفع قصاده $100. يعني لو نام في البورت 3 days ولا 10 days ده $1000.
Wow.
So they are tired of this. That's why they came up with the alternative pipelines from the oil field in Upper Nile into Ethiopia and from Ethiopia to Djibouti, so that they can export oil through Djibouti port.
But do they have money? Do they have money
and
to
they
pay
said
for that
that this
pipeline?
is why William Ruto came up with that statement in order to reflect a bad image of the government. But this is a narrative of the government. I don't believe it. You see? Yes, there might be some problem in the Mombasa port and other issues. لكن ده برضو ده واقع الحاصل في بلدنا. يعني الرئيس فشل في الإدارة بتاعه في البلد، حتى الجيران بقي يتكلموا. وذاته قال في فيديو هو قال فوقه قال عشان مشاكل نحن عملناه هنا العالم كله بقي يشتمنا. هو قالوا ذاته هو عارف الكلام ده. So this is the last point. But now to conclude, in conclusion and summary, We understood that throughout the year 2022, our country remained a fragile country, and indeed a very volatile, and verily we saw our country unraveling. This broke our hearts as the people of South Sudan. We saw our communities fighting each other in different names. Some other time, cattle herders and farmers in Equatoria, or border dispute between Twij and Ngok, or issues of cattle rustling, children abduction, and revenge killing between the Murle, the Jiang of Bor, and the Nuer in Jonglei State. This is the image of our country throughout the year 2022. Regarding the intercommunal clashes and the unfolding situation in our country, the government's intervention has always been very late, after the citizens are left to brutalize themselves in big numbers or never, such as what happened in Upper Nile. We saw throughout the year 2022 that insecurity has been a very big issue that kept threatening South Sudan existence. We also saw throughout the year 2022 that all these problems of intercommunal violence are engineered by the regime in Juba. And the president said it clearly, I cannot stop them. This tells us that the regime is the problem in the country, and that the way forward is the removal of this regime. So, together we can remove this regime, dear people of South Sudan. Throughout the year 2022, calamities, catastrophes, bloodshed, raping of girls and mothers, killing of children and women, vandalizing properties of others. Throughout the year 2022 has been the image of our country. The people of South Sudan, despite these challenges, despite this terrible situation, the people of South Sudan have been resilient in bearing calamities and suffering. Resilience is a spirit of tolerating a bad situation and remaining focused, believing in the future. It is a positive spirit and energy in the time of crisis. But this resilience of the people of South Sudan ought to be used now for regime change, because the regime is mocking us, the people of South Sudan. The regime is laughing at us, the people of South Sudan. And you are all witness that recently on Sunday, December 18, 2022, one of the top officials in the regime, that is General Paul, said the SPLM cannot be blamed or be held responsible for the suffering we are undergoing as a people. And that the ongoing suffering is a biblical prophecy prophesied by Prophet Isaiah a long time ago. So, dear people of South Sudan, in summary, we are saying that all the events which have been unfolding in the year 2022 are likely to emerge into the new year. And so, as we celebrate the eve of the new year today, as we celebrated it yesterday and today, all the calamities that have been happening in 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014, 2013, 2012, from 2005 until now, all these things would be repeating themselves. And so, as you are here in the room, tell your brother Happy New Year. But with you saying Happy New Year, you should bear in your mind that you are saying Happy New Year, but tomorrow we will still hear gunshots. Tomorrow we will still hear child abduction. Tomorrow we will still hear about rape against women. Tomorrow we will still hear the fighting between this community and that community. We will still hear about the economic hardships. We will still hear about politicians talking and mocking and laughing at us. All these calamities which have been happening in 2022 are likely to repeat themselves in the year 2023. And so, as you celebrate the New Year Eve, celebrate it and thank God the Almighty that He kept you healthy and alive until you arrive into the new year. But our country is not going to rest. Our country is not going to be stable. As long as Salva Kiir is still in power, Salva Kiir and his regime are still in power, South Sudan shall not see light. And so, dear brothers and sisters, let us hold our hand together as the new generation of South Sudan that is struggling to bring about change, a change that would change the course of history, a change that would send these liberators who are mocking their own people and killing their own people, raping their own sisters and brothers. These people have to be sent into the dustbin of history. Together we can do it. Together we shall do it. Together we are capable of doing it. Together we can. Let us hold our hand together and fight against the regime of Salva Kiir Mayadi and send them to the corridors of history so that the country is renewed, so that the country is channeled toward an ever bright future that the people of South Sudan shall enjoy. Thank you very much and have a blessed, happy new year. May God the Almighty keep you throughout the year 2023 until we go together in the year 2024 and the years to come ahead. I thank you very much. And I'm sorry for speaking so long, Brother Jonko. The issues of our country are making us to speak 4 hours. Thank you.
Indeed, Ustaz, indeed. So phenomenal finishing. Thank you so much. وللأوطان في دم كل حر يد سلفت ودين مستحق. ده واجب إنه نعمل مهما قعدنا 4 ساعات 3 ساعات 5 ساعات. ده we can pay that to our country, and that's why we are here. We are here voluntarily. We are here to work for it because we are concerned, and there's so many things that we can be concerned about, and that's why we are concerned citizens of South Sudan, and we must continue to talk until our country see the light at the end of the tunnel. Ustaz Abdullah Garang, I yield the microphone to you so we can conclude from here, and then we'll move on to the clubhouse. Go ahead, Ustaz Abdullah Garang.
Thank you, Jonko. Do you hear me good?
Very well.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا لدينجيت في كلاب هاوس وكل المستمعين. طبعا أنا بقول للمستمعين بتاع Concerned Citizens of South Sudan, نحن as United Citizens for Change UCC جينا وعملنا الملخص في عام 2022 عشان المواطن يكون عارف باختصار الأحداث اللي حصلت ونحن واقفين وين, if we are going forward or backward. أنا بشكر دينجيت, هو يعني عمل يعني تناول يعني كل المواضيع تقريبا اللي حدثت في عام 2022 بالتفاصيل. وأنا بقول للمواطن في جنوب السودان, سمعتوا there is no security, ما في سلام في جنوب السودان, ما في أمن, مرتبات ما قاعد تصل للمواطن, خدمات اجتماعية ما بتصل, فقط يعني ناس معينين عندهم access للجروب بتاع البترول, هم القادرين يعني يعالجوا أسرهم ويشيلوا الأطفال يودوهم في أحسن مدارس في كينيا ويوغندا وما عندهم مشكلة. So now we'll all this, you have to decide it if you want to continue in these situations for no security, no services and all of this, or you have to make another decision. Another decision is to work together as South Sudanese to move this government, which disabled our country since 2011. United Citizens for Change, we are working for better, and we will continue until change come to South Sudan and see our brothers and sisters in Upper Nile out of camp of United Nations and out of came in Juba airport and all to wow. That's what we are working for. We are working for real change and change will come. أنا داير أقول شنو؟ أنا بس عندي نقطة في جانب العلاقات الخارجية. في جانب العلاقات الخارجية عام 22 يعني كانت ما عام جيد بالنسبة للعلاقات الخارجية لحكومة جنوب السودان. انتوا شفتوا الرئيس الفكير غياب من المحافل الدولية في شهر 9 المضى، ما قدر يحضر القمة بتاعت الأمم المتحدة في نيويورك. رسل حسين عبد الباقي از النائب فايس بريزيدنت. وفي 2021 كان نياندين هو البديل للرئيس.
استاذ عبد الله بشهر 11.
لا هو بيتكلم عن الجمعيه العامه للامم المتحده.
اوكي
يا كونتينيو.
يا برضه في شهر 12 القمه الافريقيه الامريكيه الرئيس برضه ما جاء. نحن تقريبا في عام 2022 بالاضافه الى الستيتمنت اللي كتبه الرئيس بتاع كينيا، هنالك تراجع في العلاقات الخارجيه لحكومه جنوب السودان. دي واحده من الاشياء انا يعني وجدتها في العلاقات الخارجيه، يعني it's not going well. ده بيشير الى ان الحكومه الحاليه نهايتها يعني بقت محصوره. الحكومه بقت محصوره فقط في دول الاقليم، ما كل الدول الاقليم. يعني ممكن تقول يعني مع يوغندا علاقات ممتازه، لكن مع الولايات المتحده الامريكيه والمنظمات الدوليه وكثير من الدول الاوروبيه is not okay. So they don't care if this government leaves the power today, and they wish if they go today and give a chance to other people to try their best. They wish that. So people of South Sudan, let us work together to bring real change. لأن الحكومة بتاعنا ده خلاص بقى حكومة بس شغال يعني رزق اليوم باليوم وهارس اليوم يجي عشان يمشي، وما في خوب even من الأعضاء بتاع الحركة الشعبية الموجودين في جوبا، القيادات أو الصف الثاني أو الثالث، إنه الوضع الحالي هيصلح ما لم يكن هناك تغيير. يس الحركة الشعبية عمل اجتماع بتاع المكتب السياسي، أعين أعضاء بتاع المكتب السياسي، لكن there is no hope. ما في hope في جنوب السودان. عام 2022 left and I think we achieve big zero، سواء كان من الناحية بتاع السلام أو الناحية الاقتصادية أو الخدمات، لأنه ما في دولة بتنتج بترول والمواطن ما بيصرف المرتب لمدة 6 شهور إلا في جنوب السودان. ما في دولة بينتج بترول والجيش تعبان ما قادر يصرف المرتب في زمنه، يعني إلا 2 3 4 شهور 6 شهور، وبحجة إنه يعني الأوضاع الأمنية ما كويسة. يعني المبررات غير منطقية، المبررات غير منطق للمواطن. إذا نأمل إنه عام 2023 يكون فيها تغيير حقيقي وما نشوف كير في جيوان تاني. even يعني رياض مشار we need new faces, we need new leaders. ما leaders like كوال مانيان اللي هو مسك الميكروفون كير you're gonna rule for life. كوال مانيان اللي مسك الميكروفون وقال يا أخي الأحداث اللي حصلت في جنوب السودان ده لعنة من ربنا and they have nothing to do, they cannot change nothing, you know. ده كلها يعني ما حيود. So my people, our brothers and sisters, take this message serious. We have to work together and bring change, or we will stay like this, and a few people who have access to loot of oil will change their kids to have school, send for best hospital, and you will not gonna get nothing in South Sudan, in your country. And the numbers in United Nations camp will go up like maybe we have 30,000 in Malut. So by next 3 months coming, 6 months coming,
you're cutting off so bad.
Do not. Now you hear me?
Yeah, but it's cutting off. Go ahead. تفضل على كده.
اوكي. بعد 3 شهور نحن لو ما عملنا مع بعض ما حيكون هنالك اي يعني تغيير في جنوب السودان. ايضا انا داير يعني اقول كلام في موضوع التمديد اللي حصلت في 2022 انه يمدوا الاتفاق السلام لسنتين زياده. كنا بنأمل انه عام 2022 يكون اخر عام لحاجه اسمها اتفاقيات وسلام وهكذا ونمشي للانتخابات، لكن للاسف الشديد ده ما حصل. يعني 2018 نحن قلنا يا اخي ندي السلام فرصه عشان الحكومه الان الموجود يعني يسلم السلطه بيسفولي، يكون في انتخابات وقبلها يكون في اتحداد سكاني، بعد ذاك في تسجيل الناخبين وتسجيل الاحزاب السياسيه، وكل من يرغب في نفسه الكفاءه يمشي يرشح نفسه سواء كان مستقل او المرشحين من الاحزاب السياسيه يمشوا لمفوضيه قوميه للانتخابات وينشر الاسماء وهكذا. لكن ده كله ما حصل في بلدنا جنوب السودان. اذا في موضوع هذا التمديد الحكومه يعني زادوا لمده سنتين. نحن في UCC we reject it and we are not work with it. ونعمل انه المواطن يصحى لو كير رفض تسليم الحكومه يعملوا impeachment، وهنالك يعني في وسائل كثيره للتغيير. فانا بقول للمواطن انه لازم تعمل لتغيير حقيقي في جنوب السودان. النقطه الاخيره اللي حصلت في عام 2022 هي حادثه تركيا، وانا بختم بالكلام ده ودنجي يتكلم فيه بالتفاصيل. ده لو حصلت كانت في اي دول من الدول المتقدمه الرئيس كان قدم استقالته، لكن الرئيس في جنوب السودان he doesn't care، يعني ما بيهمه، فهو بيشوف انه جنوب السودان ده زي مملكته يعني. وانتم شفتوه يعني هو يتكلم كيف في تشيرش في جوبا last week. so اللي حصلت في تركيا ده يثبت انه yes nothing good will go forward in South Sudan. so نحن ما بنشمت في الرئيس، لكن الرئيس اذا هو ما قدم استقالته المواطن لازم يصحى ويطالب بالتغيير حقيقي سواء كان عن طريق المظاهرات او غيره. هنالك طرق كثيره للتغيير. فهنالك يعني وسائل كثيره للتغيير. انا بقول للمواطن يعني لازم يعمل لتغيير ويجيب الافضل لنفسه ولجنوب السودان. Like now we in UCC we create our political movement and we are working, and there are others, and I'm asking you to join us and work together. Let us raise our voice so we can bring change. لانه الحركه الشعبيه في جنوب السودان احنا اديناه الفرصه ما فيه الكفايه من 2011. كل مره بقول لنا الدوله وليده، لكن ما في حاجه ماشي قدام. اذا المواطن لازم يعمل بنفسه ويجيب التغيير. عام 2022 we achieve big zero، ونامل انه يكون في يعني عمل ملموس في عام 2023. بدل كلنا بس بنتكلم عن السلام، نتكلم عن التطور، نتكلم عن المدارس كويسه، بنتكلم عن عودة النازحين لقراهم، بنتكلم عن تطوير الخدمات عشان المواطن ما يرسل جناهه لكينيا ويوغندا، يعني يتعلم داخل جنوب السودان، يتعلم داخل جنوب السودان وليس خارج جنوب السودان. جنكور مايو، ختاما انا بقول لمشاهدي كونسنسس اوف ساوث سودان، استديو كونسنسس اوف ساوث سودان، هابي نيو يير، وكل سنه وانتم طيبين، ونحن ما حنمل، حنواصل حتى يعني يكون هنالك تغيير حقيقي في جنوب السودان. شكرا جزيلا، ونشوفكم في كلاب هاوس، ونحن ما حنطول لانه يعني ده نيو يير. I think maybe we can take like 3 or 2 الناس المشاركين في كلاب هاوس and then we're gonna call the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ustaz Abdullah. So phenomenal. Yes, our campaign will continue. Our campaign will continue. We have to resist and we have to persist and continue until they see the light at the end of the tunnel. Year of 2023 is a year of speaking up. Everybody should be speak up. This is the year that you need to understand silence is the violence. This is the year that all the citizens must raise the bar and know their right, because بوجود Salva Kiir, there will be no light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you so much. We spent a lot of time. كنتوا معنا في استوديو كونسيرن سيتيزن اوف ساوث سودان، الى ان نلتقيكم ان شاء الله في الاسبوع القادم. تحياتي مني وسلام الله يودعكم. نلتقي الى كلاب هاوس من هنا. Dengdi Dayog, Abdullah Garang, please take care of that. Let me go ahead and conclude here.
Africa, say it out loud. Say it, shout out. Salam alaikum, salam alaikum, salam alaikum, salam alaikum, salam alaikum, salam alaikum, salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. We stand, we fight, we fall. Only freedom, only Salam. Free from slavery, free from slavery, free from slavery, free from slavery. Free from slavery, free from slavery. Yeah. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. African one, if you wanna be free, the most simplest one in the world. Get yourself the bag of really reggae music, coming to kill you from the one of the most peaceful man. So many lying down on the streets, whatever them we are dancing at the ends. Get yourself the most free time and preach about freedom. Preach about freedom. youths. Stop violence, isolation. You have to listen and be a man. The music we are doing is not a music for fun. We are preaching, hear it loud and clear. Hey, nice and day, no slipping it up. Better preach, let the people hear. Better preach, let the blind feel. The sound of freedom and love. The sound of freedom and love. The sound of freedom and love. The sound. African one love. Salam alaikum. Morocco. Salam alaikum. Libya. Salam alaikum. Niger. Salam alaikum. Nigeria. Salam alaikum. Niger. Salam alaikum. South Sudan. Salam alaikum. Sudan. Salam alaikum. South Africa. Salam alaikum. African one. Salam alaikum. African one. Salam alaikum. Let's unite and be free. Salam alaikum. United we stand. Salam alaikum. Divided we fall. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum.